Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority for Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. Now, please, let's stand together and sing together the national anthem as a video plays. Whoa. All right. So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. Now let's say the Pledge of Allegiance together. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry we got the queuing wrong a little bit there, but I think you all recovered very well. Okay, so now it's a time for the moment of solemn expression, and it's great to have with us from the Lighthouse Church, Pastor Phil Eiskens, a friend of mine and a friend of the city. Pastor Phil, you have the floor.
John Stevens and esteemed City Council. Apparently I am filling in for somebody that couldn't make it, and I think what a privilege. This is probably the last council meeting of the old year, 2025. Huh? So I brought with me our newest gatekeeper, who is part of our city-approved transitional living program. His name is Pierre, and stand up, Pierre. Pierre said, I've never been to a city council meeting, and I'd sure like to go with you. So the way I see it, you need to be public-minded and spiritual-minded. Amen? So as we get ready to celebrate these holidays, I just wanted to read some lines in line with our founding fathers of a very popular Christmas carol. And forgive me, but I'm taking a little pastoral license here. But it says, "O holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of our dear Savior's birth." This is a line that I really like. "Long lay the world in sin and error pining, till he appeared and the soul felt its worth. A thrill of hope, the weary world rejoices, for yonder breaks a new and glorious morn." Can we pray? Dear Heavenly Father, we are so grateful to be in a country that is free, a country where we have the right to gather together and have differing views. And Lord, I'm so glad to be part of the city of Costa Mesa. I pray you bless each one of these council members, and bless the mayor, bless the police department, keep them safe, Lord, in these trying times, difficult times. I pray you watch over all those who are entrusted with the care and the safety of this great city. So, Father, tonight, again, thank you for this year, 2025, and you've brought us so far and safe, Lord, and help us as we get ready to prepare for 2026. And I say these in the name of your Son, and everybody said, amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Let's give it up for Pastor Phil. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please do the voice roll call?
Thank you. Councilmember Pettis. Here. Councilmember Gameros. Here. Councilmember Bewley. Here. Councilmember Marr is participating via Zoom.
I'm here. Yes, I'm participating remotely in accordance with the Brown Act. The address can be found on the agenda, and there are no other people present with me.
Thank you. And Councilmember Reynolds is here, but she'll be in the room shortly. And Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Here.
And Mayor Stevens?
Here. Okay, now for the city attorney closed session report, Ms. Hall Barlow, do you have anything today?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to report that there was no reportable action taken in closed session, but council did give staff direction. I do also want to take this moment to comment on a social media item that appeared recently suggesting that the city has failed to move forward with the immigration defense agreements to provide services to those affected by the ICE raids. That is not correct. I was just exchanging emails today with the attorney, one of the attorneys, staff members with immigration defenders. They are already defending, representing a number of Costa Mesa residents, as is PLC. Those are the two groups that we have contracted with. In addition, there is a website that's been set up that will allow you to make contributions and donations to provide additional funding for those services. So I just wanted to make that comment here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so we don't have any presentations today. So now we're going to move on to public comments. Now for public comments, you get 3 minutes. We go to the people in the council chambers first, and we go to Zoom. You can speak about anything that's not on the main agenda. So that would include consent calendar items and anything that's not on the agenda. So one of the things is, remember, some of you might be interested in the Fairview Park Master Plan. We close public comments on that. So that's not something that is on our agenda. So it's not something that you're going to be able to cover in public comments. So with all that, let's hear from Mr. Humphrey.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. I just want to, wish everybody a very fine holiday season. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I don't think we have another meeting between now and then, so please enjoy the cheer with your family and with your friends. It is a delight to have, so my best wishes to all of you. I'm planning to make comment on an OC Register article and its inaccuracy. Only its direction is inaccurate. The information is not necessarily inaccurate. And I'm not going to be talking about the information per se, all right? But they reported when they reported this last council meeting relative to the Fairview Park master plan that 155 people commented against the draft plan, 29 in favor, and 11 provided general comments. What they failed to note—
Excuse me, Jay. I just said that we're not going to talk about the Fairview Park Master Plan. So
this
can
isn't
you go on
about the Fairview Master
I know,
Plan. This is about reporting information.
I understand.
That makes it incorrect.
You're sliding it in. So please don't do this to me. Don't make me cut you off.
Okay.
Okay? Yes.
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Brooke. I'm a longtime resident. I'm a District 1 constituent. Firstly, I want to thank you again for allocating the funds towards the legal defense and the mutual aid funds for our immigrant community. We genuinely appreciate the steps you've taken, but tonight I want to come back for some accountability. And the city attorney mentioned that the legal defense fund, the contract has been finalized. We'd like to know when that was finalized, because as of a few days ago, we were informed it had not been finalized. Another point on that matter is, if it is available, how do folks access it? So I have people in the community that have asked me personally over and over, how do we access the funds? We have family members that have been kidnapped on the streets of Costa Mesa. How do we get help? And I tell them, I don't know. I've personally gone on the city website looking to see how my friends and neighbors and community can access the funds. and I don't see how they can, I don't know how they would be able to find it if I can't. In fact, when I went on the site, one of the links was broken. So I imagine if I were desperate with a family member that had been kidnapped, and I'm desperately trying to find help from my city, and I can't do it, that would be extremely frustrating. So we would love to have some more updates on the finalized contract and how folks can access those funds. My other point to that, we had a community member, a resident, a grandfather, a father, Gabriel Garcia Aviles. He was kidnapped from the streets here in Costa Mesa not that long ago. He died in custody. Is his family, have they been contacted and given information how they can access the fund? I think that might be an important show of community and a gesture from the city if they would contact them, or if you would let those of us advocating know how it could be, how they could get it, we could also advise them. I also wanted to mention the $50,000 in mutual aid for the Someone Cares Soup Kitchen. Is that available? Has any immigrants' families been able to access it? And if so, can we find out how many families have been able to access that fund? If there are still funds, how do I get people connected with that? If the funds are gone, did they go to something else besides the people they were intended to help, which is our affected immigrant community? These are all important questions, and I believe that the community deserves answers on these things, and so we would like an update on those issues. Again, this is urgent, and we appreciate everything the council has done, but we need your continued support. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, hi.
Now, good morning, Mayor Stevens and council members and community. Now, my name is Nathan Nagama, and I'm a student at Isaac Charter School, the International School of Science and Culture here in Costa Mesa. I'm in 7th grade, and I'm here with other students from 6th to 8th grade and our teachers over there. No, what I like most about Isaac is that it is a small school, and whenever I have some academic challenges, I can easily ask for support from my teachers, staff, and principals. Because of that I can do better on many subjects that I used to struggle with. Tonight, representing our school, I want to do 2 things. First, say thank you for the work you do to keep Costa Mesa safe, clean, and welcoming for families like ours. Second, that we would like to invite you, Mayor Stevens, and council members to visit Isaac. Our mission is to cultivate global citizens empowered to build a peaceful society. And one of the main ways we do that is through PBL, which stands for Project-Based Learning. That this means that instead of only learning from textbooks and tests, we learn by working on real projects that convert to our lives and to the world around us. Every 6 weeks, we start and dive into a new project. Currently, we just started a new PBL topic in peace and human rights. We have been studying different levels of governments, including local governments, and learning how local politics and changes are made. That we would be honored to welcome you to our campus and have a dialogue with you. As a student of Isaac, we would love the chance to share our projects and ideas and ask you questions about how local government works. We believe that when students and leaders talk to each other, it helps us understand what it really means to be an active, caring citizen. Thank you again for giving me time to speak tonight and for considering our invitation. I hope to see you at Isaac soon. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Thank you. That's excellent. Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Natalie Foley, longtime resident. I wanted to speak to the website and just how difficult it is to access like Know Your Rights and immigrant resources. I know Brooks mentioned it a little bit earlier, but I've been looking at it more closely, and just wanted to emphasize that like it's great that you guys have resources and are supportive of the community, but it's very difficult. Nobody can find the information on there right now. And I know it was mentioned last time, so a question will be, has there been any progress on updating any of that? But I would really encourage you all to try to find that information on the website. Think about, if you were somebody who had a family member who was taken by ICE, and you're like, what do I do, right? Or if you're heard about there's legal funds to access. And you're like, well, how do I find information on that? How do I get those funds? Where do I go on the website to find that? There is nothing on the homepage that says anything about Know Your Rights or immigrant resources. There's nothing in the navigation menu at the top that says like business, community. You might think it's under community. Nothing there, right? You have to know the secret code to go into the search box and type in something like Know Your Rights, and it pulls up a list of pages, and the top one says community resources, which is extremely vague. But if you click on that, you get a list of text of legal places you can contact, which also doesn't answer those questions about what if a family member has been taken by ICE, or how do I access these funds? Nothing about that on there. So I want to emphasize that that needs to be available on the website. I did send in a PowerPoint, but I think I missed the deadline for it, but I can forward it to all of you, just kind of illustrating that how hard it is to get to that page that you do have set up right now, and asking for this information to be put on there more clearly. Santa Ana website is a good example to look at. And let's see, what else was I going to say? Also, I know people wanted information about businesses that they have for like protecting their employees. And I think there's something that's going to be going into law that businesses are required to do in January or something. So that information would need to be on the website as well. And as far as I can tell, there isn't anything about that. So that would be another thing you would want to put on there. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Kim, you have the floor.
Oh, you started my time. My presentation's not up yet. Please reset my time. Thank you. Okay, good evening. My name is Kim Hendricks. I'm here with Fairview Park Alliance, and I'm here to talk to you about the wonderful 2026 calendar that now is available. With a $20 donation, you get a free calendar. And it has the most beautiful pictures of Fairview Park that you can imagine, because Fairview Park is the only place with the largest vernal pool complex west of the Mississippi. Okay, and let's see, I'm trying to turn it and it's not moving. Let's try it again. Okay, here we go. Today is Giving Tuesday, and so if you want to donate $20, you can get a free calendar. But really, we really want more than your money. We want your volunteer to come out the second Saturday of the month and help us restore Fairview Park. In January, we will be planting. So December 2nd, Saturday of the month, we'll still be removing debris that the city allowed for many years. So we need you out there. But if you want to donate $20, you can get a free 2026 calendar. And here's a belted kingfisher. This is a female. And you can see the little chestnut band across her chest. And she is a winter migrator. She only comes here in the winter. And so it's a pleasure to see her. And let's see if I can get this thing to work. Next, Tony, please. Loggerhead shrike. Look at this beak. This is an impaler. You wonder how Hollywood ever gets their ideas. They just look at nature. And look at this Jerusalem cricket that he's got impaled. Well, the Jerusalem cricket is not a cricket or from Jerusalem, but it is a wonderful way to eat a bug if you have little tiny legs. So I hope you guys will, and these photos were by Bridget Duffin, and the calendar, I have lots of wonderful photos in here by all different photographers. And so if you go to our website, fairviewparkalliance.org, you can get one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kim. You have the floor.
Hi, my name is Haley Horton. I'm in District 3. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to the staff for all the work that you do. I know people are talking about, you know, the different things that we want to have as individuals, but I thought I could give some feedback from the community where when somebody is taken by ICE, there's a group of about 40 of us who live in Costa Mesa who go to the businesses around that area, and we hand out information packets. And we print these up ourselves, and we pay for it, and we do it on our own time. And we have examples of what a warrant looks like so that people know their rights. We have it in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. Right now, 40% of the people taken are Vietnamese. And then, half of our city is Latino. And so everybody knows somebody who's impacted, or they're worried about their grandma, So meanwhile, we have different resources that we give them. I think that if the city is going to redo the website, to have the packet and have it in an e-format so that businesses, because we do a great job with our businesses in Costa Mesa. We attract great businesses, we promote them. The In a Minute City thing, our social media, we do a really good job, I think, helping those businesses, because the business managers say to me, oh my God, thank you so much. Like, I didn't know you need an employees only area and that they need a warrant to go in that area. When they, did the chemical bombs at the U-Haul over on Newport Boulevard, and everybody was running inside the U-Haul, I'm sure that was scary for the employees. They didn't know what to do. I think the city, we can facilitate that better than me chomping on into their thing and saying, here's some material. It would probably be best coming from the city. And even if you were to mail it, it's 2 pages. I'm not sure how much that would cost. We could even throw in an employees only sign if they don't have one for businesses that, would appreciate it. So just my 2 cents on that. We could promote it on social media and our Costa Mesa in a Minute, and let people know their rights so that people feel empowered, not afraid, welcome, and included in our city. So thank you very much for your time.
Yes, Cynthia, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I sent you all an email very early this morning, right after midnight, because I was working feverishly on it, requesting that you reopen the public comment on the Fairview Park item. The reason why was transparency and fairness for the public. The reason why you cut the meeting short last time was because you, the City Council, the Mayor, wanted more time to review items that you had not seen before. Likewise, the public had not seen those items. We had 15 minutes to review them at a break. Go back and get a copy, which you ran out of copies, before we could come back and make comment on that. We did not get a copy of the U.S. and Fish and Wildlife Service's email. That was buried at page about 167 of 189 pages of public comment. And it's not public comment. This is agency direction. Those are not public comments. They should not be placed in public comments. They should not be buried where the public cannot find them. I'm going to ask you again, please, in the interest of transparency, in the interest of fairness to the public, to please reopen the public comment on this item. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Priscilla, and I'm a constituent of Arlise Reynolds District 5 and a resident of Costa Mesa. I just want to piggyback off previous comments that I think it's really important to Costa Mesa businesses and residents that know your rights is something that is more clearly broadcasted in public spaces. And I'm not sure if I've heard this as much, but it would also make sense to develop an initiative to have know your rights, advertising on like bus stops or the library or anything that is property of Costa Mesa, where anyone that is walking in the street could easily click on scan a QR code and get access to very basic information that will explain people's constitutional rights to a lawyer, to remaining silent if detained, to being able to, if they are detained, that they're detained with a warrant that is actually signed by a judge. And like search warrants, they're not allowed to be used by ICE to detain people. It needs to be a signed judicial warrant things like that. And then also referencing earlier comments that Workplace Know Your Rights Act of California that passed, which is effective February 1st. The packets for businesses in the community makes sense, and in fact, it's something that is now required by law, where every employer needs to notify every employee their rights if they are detained or interact with ICE in the workplace, in addition to other referendum or other requirements under that law. And lastly, I also want to say thank you to all of you. I think that I recognize that you all care about what we need, and this is what you do on top of your main job, so I imagine it's hard, and but I do appreciate your guys' time, so thanks.
Yes, you have the floor, ma'am.
Good evening. Thank you very much for allowing this public comment, Mayor Stevens and council members. I am the principal and executive director of Isaac. You've already seen one of our students speak, and I will not repeat what he said, but I do want to say that in the conversation, first of all, to echo what the pastor said, we all reflected on how wonderful it is to be in as open and free and beautiful a place as Costa Mesa. And we are very grateful for all the support that we're already receiving through the city of Costa Mesa for our students to be safe and able to play and study in peace and very freely in our playgrounds, etc. I also want to add that in looking at the project-based learning project that we are in, which is about human rights, where the students are learning how citizens are able to enjoy their rights and have them be enforced in some cases, many things came up. I was privileged to be part of the conversation, and I saw them speaking about how rights are enforced and what rights are most interesting and of concern. I also learned places where the students felt like some things could be improved in terms of what rights are being considered. And so both of these things I would really like to welcome you to have the conversation on. And I want to add that as a member of the Costa Mesa community, we would also, aside from all the requests we have, we also would like to be an offer. As an international school, we enjoy and celebrate cultures and languages with great depth and interest. These children are learning 4 languages, English, Spanish, Chinese, and Japanese. They are required to learn 3. And in the last project on multiculturalism, they provided music in 15 languages, not even including the Chinese or the Japanese. So we would love to be an offer and an asset in this community and would like to open up that conversation as well. Go Costa Mesa.
Thank you. Thank you, yes.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and City Council. Thank you, City Attorney Barlow, for the update on the Legal Defense Fund. My 2-minute comment is now going to be 20 seconds. I'm asking for 3 things tonight. 1 is a public update on the Legal Defense Fund, sharing the contracts that were executed, and a plan for how the city plans to share the information with the community. That's all.
Thank you.
Hey.
Hey.
Good evening, City Council, Mr. Mayor. My name is Hank Castagnetti. I'm with the Orange County Model Engineers, and I wanted to invite all of you to come on over to the trains on the 20th and 21st of this month and sit on Santa's lap. we will have Santa, Mrs. Claus, and the Grinch will be there. And we're also this year partnering with Sparks of Love, which is a toy drive championed by the fire department. And all the toys that we collect this year will be distributed to charities in Costa Mesa. And that was a big reason why we changed from the Toys from Tots. And so anyway, come on over. We're open from 10 to 3:30 on Saturday and Sunday. And bring a gift and sit on Santa's lap, have some cocoa, shop in our store. If you didn't bring a gift, you're welcome to stop in our store and buy one to drop in the box. And again, Santa will be Santa will be taking lunch from 12 to 1, and the Grinch will be in his place. And then Santa has to feed the reindeer at 3. So come on over and ride the trains. It's going to be a beautiful weekend. And thanks so much for your time.
Good evening, council members. Just want to step up and say thank you for everything you've done this year. Apparently, we've made it through another year. And hopefully we can get a few more things completed in this coming year. I think one of the wishes that I have is perhaps another dog park in Costa Mesa, and let's fix the one that we have. We're getting a much larger dog population in Costa Mesa. And I hope, as looking forward to this coming year, that we can all live with perhaps a bit more empathy for each other compared to everything we've been dealing with for the past 6 years. I'll keep it short, but another really dear friend of mine and a really good member of the community passed away last month, Mr. Surratt from Surratt's Car Wash. So if you guys can be kind enough to maybe close the meeting tonight in his honor. He was a really good contributor to the city of Costa Mesa. He went through the city council back in the late 80s and 90s and shared a lot of good information. And it was just really an upstanding citizen. So if we could do that in his honor, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thanks, Iggy. Yes, yes.
Hello, good evening, City Council. My name is Luigi Palumbo. I'm a constituent of District 1 here in Costa Mesa. I just wanted to speak on behalf of the Know Your Rights campaign that me and my other Costa Mesa residents are speaking about. I think it'd be a great idea for us to request a status on the update on the proposal for higher visibility, along with multilingual signage, along with parks, bus stops, city hall, police stations, libraries, other bulletin boards that are easily to see for those residents. I think it'd be a really great idea to take into consideration the way that other cities, the way our sister cities such as Anaheim, Santa Ana, Garden Grove, and other neighboring cities are doing their Know Your Rights campaign, along with the topic of making it more accessible on the city website. I myself have been able to not been able to navigate the city website as easily. There are some links that are not accessible and that are simple IT errors, such as missing a colon. When you try and clicking on the link, it takes you to a 404 error page. So I think that taking a double look at that would be a great idea, and just making sure that all of those links are greatly accessible for any resident. Along with that, I think someone else mentioned that making sure the Know Your Rights campaign or a tab on the city website is much more easier to see. I think if you look at the Santa Ana city website along with the Los Angeles County city website, it'd be a great example to see the way that they're making it front and center so that their citizens and their residents in those cities are able to access and navigate their pages easier. I understand that those pages you're able to translate, but I think it'd be much greater to just make it noticeable for all residents. And I think I wanted to echo a little bit of what everyone else said. I think there was a pastor that spoke and that said that this is a great city to live in and this is a great nation to live in, that it's free for everyone, but it doesn't mean free if some of us are living in fear. I think I have a lot of friends and families that are having difficulty accessing such information that shouldn't be difficult to access. I think that it needs to be much more easier said and transparent in how the process and how the immigrant defense funds are being distributed. I know you guys will go into that into your meeting, but I think just making sure that it's very transparent in how the process works will be a great beneficial for city residents and being able to navigate that much more better. But thank you for your time, and I appreciate everything.
Madam Clerk, we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, phone number ending in 613.
613, you have the floor.
Yes, hi, good evening. First, I want to talk about the enforcement of ICE. It's not kidnapping. It's the American government reacting to what the Biden administration did to New York. They opened up the border. We have some estimates of 20 million people entering our country in the 4 years of his administration. If we do not have borders, we do not have a country. These people were brought in to make the country truly a Democrat Party and thus making a one-party country. If we did not have the open borders, we would not have enforcement. It's not kidnapping. It's enforcing the law. They don't have warrants. They have deportation orders. But I want to also talk about housing. And I want everyone in the audience to pay attention to who's on this council, because this council is the council that's going to tip the city of Costa Mesa into a congested mess where it's not going to be livable. They think that they're solving a problem that doesn't exist by getting high-density housing in Costa Mesa to make it more affordable. In fact, what they're doing is they're creating a situation where housing is going to be so congested and living quarters are so small that the quality of life is terrible. So why is this city council majority pushing high-density development? One, they do what Sacramento tells them. Why does Sacramento do this? Because they want to change the voting maps. They want this state to be forever a blue state. They want it to be a one-party state. Now, many of you in this audience are probably blue leaning, which is fine. You're American, you're blue leaning, you're an American. But to put your finger on the scale and make a state dense under the guise of housing crisis is not right. If the council and the Sacramento truly cared about housing for people, they wouldn't encourage them to live in these future tiny apartments. They would urge them to move to other states where they can actually purchase houses on large pieces of land. Now, they don't want that, because if people move to where they can buy houses and own land, they're probably going to become conservative. And they're also going to lose congressional seats. And this is not about housing. This is about congressional seats. That's all that it is. That's all that it is. And our city will be forever ruined because the councilman's majority is not standing up for this city. They're trying to play a political game under the guise of housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
Okay, close public comment. Now's the time for council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. First up from District 1 is Council Member Mike Bewley. Let's see. Hold on one second. I got it. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, members of the public. Just to comment on something that I heard from the community tonight, a shout out or a request that we consider getting onto a dog park. I will tell you, the most important constituent in all of Costa Mesa, my wife, would be 100% behind that. She's reminded me of that ever since I initially ran for office. So I'm glad to see that there's other people with that on their agenda out there. Just a couple of comments. Yeah, it was about a year ago today or so, within this week, that I sat at my first city council session after my election, and it's been a wild ride for a year. And I just want to give a shout out to my fellow council members. You have, believe it or not, been a joy to work with, and I do actually like and respect each of you. We've got our moments where we disagree with each other, but I appreciate the fact that we've all been very civil, and I really have enjoyed my time up here in the last year. Staff, I want to give a shout out to you. I know you guys do your best to address all the issues and all the agenda items, and I've been impressed with your professionalism and your ability to get back to us with responses and try to inform us as much as we can so that we have a general understanding of all it is that you're working on and you get before us. So I just wanted to acknowledge you guys and thanks for all you do for the city. And a couple things since last session. I just wanted to recognize I went to a charitable event for an outfit called the Orange County Christian Learning Center. It's a neat charitable organization. What it is, it's kind of like a resource for for homeschoolers. You know, you have a lot of these homeschoolers, and I know sometimes it gets a bad rap in the public eye, like they don't get an ability to socialize, and they miss out on a lot of the big school experience. But this resource center is actually a brick and mortar facility, privately funded, and they actually have teachers, and they help parents who are trying to teach their kids to manage the complicated curriculum, and to give them 2 days a week for these various students to get together and interact and do things. So it's a real worthy organization. And then I also had the opportunity to go to Segerstrom's tree lighting event, and it was kind of neat to get to an event and spend some time with a lot of staff who was present and a lot of the council, and kind of see everybody outside of these Tuesday night sessions and see what you do out there. So that was a neat event. And yeah, just again touching on, you know, the last year, I think council gets tired of me talking about being the new guy and everything being a new experience. But just to reiterate, you know, I came to this position after I was recruited by some friends and neighbors to run for office, and I was fortunate and blessed to win the election. But I kind of had a steep learning curve, and I've been going through that for a year, and I've taken this role seriously. You know, I don't think a week's gone by that I haven't met with 1 or 2 department heads, 1 or 2 constituents. I try to get a regular coffee with somebody who can get on my calendar, and I've taken this job seriously. And I think my learning curve days are over. I think council's not going to let me get by with that anymore, or staff. But I will say I wasn't quite sure what I was getting myself into. And I will say on balance, and some of you want to shoot me now for what I'm about to say, but I kind of actually have enjoyed my time up here, and I continue to enjoy it. You know, I'm a naturally curious guy, a lot of interesting people, a lot of interesting issues. I appreciate the serious issues that we deal with the city. I do my best. I haven't been perfect. No way in heck I'm going to please everybody with every decision I make. And there's that old adage, if you're attempting to please everybody, you're not going to please anyone. So all I can assure anybody is that I do my homework, I put in the time, I try to get prepared for these council sessions every Tuesday night, and I sincerely try to reach the best decision I can on anything that comes before me. So everybody have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and we'll see you in 2026.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Lauren Gameros from District 2. You should be able to do it. You push the other one. No, not that. Yeah, that one. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't seem to find the buttons today. So I'm going to have a brief report. I do have a couple of things I want to talk about. First of all, I do want to thank staff for all of their hard work that they've done. It's very much appreciated, and I acknowledge each and every one of you that comes in every day and is diligent about their job and the heartfelt effort that they put out. It's definitely seen, and I respect everyone's work out there. I want you guys and ladies to know that. I would like to ask, I don't know if this is a city manager question or if this is a city attorney question, but regarding the funds for the soup kitchen, this keeps coming up, this $50,000. Could someone please speak on this and let us know if there were fund restrictions on this $50,000? Are there reporting requirements on this $50,000? Can we get some answers to this? Because I keep hearing conflicting questions, and I'd like to know where we're at with that. Lastly, I would like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays, and I look forward to seeing each and every one of you next year. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Now we're going to go to District 3, Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Thanks, everyone. It's always hard to make these comments remotely. I hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving. I'm sorry I am not there. I had an opportunity to attend the promotion ceremony for many of our firefighters on Monday before I had to leave town. And I just wanted to say public congratulations to everyone who was promoted. It was I actually got a little emotional at one point listening to the stories of some of the folks who I've been grateful to come to know over the last 7 years that I've been on council. And it's exciting to see people advance in their careers. And all I kept thinking is how proud of the leadership of the city and the leadership of each of those individual units I am, and how grateful I am that they're serving the city of Costa Mesa. So just in the spirit of Thanksgiving, and I think it seems like we're all on the same page tonight. Really, really grateful for those folks that we have the opportunity to surround ourselves with, especially here at the city. So that's it. Happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up from District 5, Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Hi, everyone. I want to mention a couple events and then got some comments and requests. So for those interested in following the news related to our beaches, our coastline, there have been some federal changes that may open up our coastline for additional drilling. That's not great for environment, probably not great for our local economy. There is an event in Costa Mesa hosted by Coastkeeper, Surfrider, other environmental partners on Monday, October 8th. Sort of a town hall or people's hearing to learn about what the new rules are and how you can stand up and oppose that. So I invite you to join us Monday, October 8th, 7 p.m. at the Norma Herzog. I'm sorry, I think it's at the Adams Room in the library. December, what am I saying? October, oh my gosh, okay. Monday, December 8th, okay. Did I say it? Monday, December 8th, okay, thank you, goodness. I wrote October too, okay. A few days after that, Sunday, December 14th, the Costa Mesa Historical Society is hosting a walking tour. I just looked up, they said they're all filled up, but they have a wait list. The Historical Society has been doing really, really great work, sort of a resurgence in membership. Encourage you to join as well. They're really bringing out some fun, interesting stories from Costa Mesa's history and creating events to learn more about the city. So this is a walking tour, sort of holiday themed, up in the Arts District area on Sunday, December 14th. Hopefully I got that right. Okay. Probably the reason I'm getting dates all wrong is I've been it's just been a really, really hard year for so many people in our community. And I want to thank folks who spoke to this tonight and every one of the probably hundreds of community members, organizations, churches, businesses that have put time and money into supporting those community members who are afraid on a daily basis. There are people in our community who have lost family members who were just on their way to work. As we heard in our last council meeting, literally lost family members. I was reading recently again about the grandfather who was picked up in Costa Mesa, right in downtown on the west side, and 10 days later died in ICE custody. I mean, this is, I think it's really important to make sure that those of us who aren't impacted directly, just remember that there are people in our community, probably people who live on our street, who are impacted by this every day. And I'm obviously devastated by it, heartened by the many people in our community who are stepping up to support in any way they can. And so I thank you again for just keeping our attention on this issue. It's so easy to get lost in the day-to-day of our normal lives. This is something that is the highest, most pressing, urgent, devastating issue to so many in Costa Mesa. So I fully support all of the requests made tonight about making the resources that we have provided by the city as accessible as possible, and helping make connections to other resources that we're aware of as well. So I'll ask the city manager in her comments to share, what is the best place for people to send specific recommendations on, how we can better reorganize our website, or, what kind of information, how to share information so that folks who do need access to resources or, God forbid, are in a situation where they've had a family member detained, have ready access to that information. Some of the feedback that I've received through this work and working with so many people in our community is that, of course, it's helpful to have access to these resources, but it's also so meaningful to know that people in Costa Mesa care, that the city of Costa Mesa cares. And so I think making that information more public, more accessible, readily available, making it clear that this is on our minds too at City Hall, which I know it is, really goes a long way even in showing the community that we are concerned and care about this issue. One other just a request for early next year. We heard some comments previously about the budget process. We're going to start that cycle. I would love to have at the start of next year, if not before, just a high-level schedule of what that budget process looks like and where we're creating opportunities for public input. And then related to that, for your holiday shopping, please shop local. Shopping local, buying a brick and mortar in Costa Mesa helps our budget, helps our ability to provide resources to the community, to fund all of our infrastructure, fund our programs. So make that extra effort, get out and buy your gifts in Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up from District 6. Yeah, that's good. Next up from District 6 is Councilmember Jeff Pettis.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, appreciate the love, Bewley. I agree with you 100%. It's hard to believe that it's been a year since the first thing I went to was the Peanuts house. I remember having no idea what was going on, what was happening, other than I felt encouraged that Lauren Gameros was there, and he was as big as an adolescent as I am. I'm like, we're going to be okay, I think. It's going to be fun. But yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to serve, and I appreciate the staff, and I appreciate Raja. I don't see there's Raja for replacing my, or not my, it's the plaque in the Fairview Park. So thank you for that. That was missing for a long period of time. That got done. I got a picture and a report, so appreciate it. And echoing what Councilmember Marr was talking about on the firefighter pinning and promotional ceremony, I was actually moved by that thing, just as Andrea was saying that, you know, I look at it from a leadership lens of my own, seeing Chief Stefano up there talking about his guys, and then seeing the guys come up one by one, talking about stories about each other and what brought them to their position, and something unique about each one of them. And it reminded me of my crew. I oversee technically maybe 100 nurses at the VA, and one thing that's very important to me in my group is to have a working relationship with people, and we take care of one another and care about each other as individuals, and that makes for a better team and better outcomes. And you can see that with the fire department, and it was really great to see, and my hat tip off to our fire department, which led into, is interesting that the day before I had my 11-year-old with me. We watched a whole documentary on the fires recently that LA suffered, and she was asking me a lot of questions because she got to see what the firefighters were actually doing in the structures. We just typically you see the trucks, you know, give them away when they're going by to a call, but gave me the opportunity to tell her that that's what heroes look like, and that's why we're safe. And I take every opportunity I can to talk in a positive way about our public servants, police, fire, and to my little ones. And so I appreciate it, guys. And I think everybody should have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is our Mayor Pro Tem from District 4, Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. As always, thank you, students from Mesa, here for your homework assignment. Hope you find this meeting not only informative, but hopefully not boring. I have just 3 comments for everyone today. First, I want to acknowledge the student and the principal from Isaac School. I'd love to visit you guys. Please contact me via email or cell phone, 949-274-2305, or at manuel.chavez@costamesaca.gov. Love to go meet your students and see more about what they're doing and how I can share my insights as well as learn from them. Second, just to let everyone know that I spoke about lack of accountability on the website, I agree with you guys. Thank you for sharing that with us. I also want to direct staff to fix the website content and also let everyone know that in the back of the chambers, we do have some care packages with information as well. So you want to take that and get more information, it's in the back of the chambers, so you can pick it up on your way out of the meeting. And finally, I want to just invite everyone to our annual Snoopy House celebration. To quote Councilmember Pettis, it is usually the first event members of councils participate in, and it's really a gem of our community to see everyone come out, meet Santa Claus, see an extravagant array of Snoopy, Peanuts-related memorabilia. But what's really cool this year is that our own students from East Estancia High School built some of those things. So it's a reminder to everyone in the audience that you can make a difference no matter how big or small, because all that work that went into making those cutouts is going to bring a lot of joy to kids in our community. So I want to end everyone with that little optimistic challenge to see how you can make your part of the world a better place. And yeah, with that, I look forward to hearing everyone's comments on the various items today, and have a happy holiday season.
Thanks for all the comments, everybody. It's really good. I've got a lot of stuff, but I'm gonna try to get through it quickly. We had on I think it was November 23rd, it was the Sunday before Thanksgiving, the Basket Brigade came out here. It was really the first time they've been here, and it was tremendous. And they gave Thanksgiving dinners to, had to be about 300 or 400 people, families in need. And I just want to call out Sergio Escobar. I got a call and they were looking for a new place, and I called Sergio and he just made it happen. And it was many different departments that were involved, but I really appreciate his work on that. Also, on one of my favorite things to do is 100th birthday parties that I'm invited to. And on Sunday, I went to Shirley Foster's birthday party, and her birthday, her 100th birthday, is actually today. So happy birthday, Shirley Foster. Yes. Shirley was born in, I'm not going to give you her whole bio, but Shirley was born in Laguna, and she moved to Costa Mesa in 1953. Now, for all you Costa Mesa trivia buffs, why is that significant? Does anybody know? That's the year that we were incorporated as a city, 1953, and we welcomed Shirley to the city, and she's still going strong. For our fire promotions, thank you to Council Members Marr and Pettis for mentioning that. I actually have the list of the firefighters that were promoted. It was a very impressive list. I go to this every year. This is my last one. It was very emotional and wistful on my part. And I think Chief Stefano's too, because it was his last one. And I just always remember with firefighters, look at it. All the departments in the city are like children, right? I've got to love them exactly the same, But the firefighters are the ones that came into my law office in 2011 and plucked me out of obscurity to get involved in city government. So thank you to the firefighters. And here are the firefighters who got pinned and promoted. Fire Marshal Ryan Bohr, battalion chiefs Andrew Harris and Steve Airy, fire captains Mark Martinez, Luke Anderson, and Jeff Bibler, fire engineer Jimmy Grovum, code enforcement officer 2 Luke Sanger, and we have a new chaplain, Pastor Samuel Carter. So now you held your applause, now you can applaud for them. Snoopy House, it opens, we're going to hear more about that, I think, from the city manager, but it opens on December 12th, and I've been volunteering in my own little way at Snoopy House ever since 2016, and I've been doing that on December 13th, and just in case some people are up, I can't really tell what I do to volunteer, but let's just say ho, ho, ho. Right. Okay, there's been a lot of discussions, and I appreciate everybody who came and talked about the Legal Defense Fund and how do we get information about that, access to that, know your rights. I completely, I heard you, and I want us to move forward on that and improve. But one thing is, there's going to be a link. We're gonna on social media. Today is Giving Tuesday, And the public is going to be able to give to that fund to help it grow. And I hope you consider doing that. And we'll get information, I think, a little bit more information from the city attorney tonight on that program. And also it will be promoted, I think, much more heavily as the time goes on. It's much needed. I'm glad we did it, and we need to execute it, for the benefit of those that need it. Let's see, do I have anything else? I think that, okay, just some wrap-up things. People have said it. Merry Christmas to everybody. I agree with all the council members who expressed their gratitude to each other. It's been an eventful year. We all work hard up here. We all love the city. Welcome. It's been a great time to see council members Bewley and Pettis get on the team and grow. Thank you to our staff for all you do every day. Enjoy the break. And there's more work to be done in 2026. So that's it. Let's hear from our city manager, Cecilia Gallardo-Daly.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm happy to announce that the Snoopy House holiday display, as you've heard tonight, will return to City Hall starting December 12th from 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. nightly. Oh, Tony's trying to load it up right now. Okay, yeah, I've got some lovely graphics to go along with this message. There'll be photos with Santa, musical performances, train rides, and more. This year, we had some very special help from a group of Estancia High School students who helped rebuild some of the display pieces that were in need of repair. They really did some beautiful work. While our public works crews work hard every year to keep it looking nice, this year, the Estancia students, led by their career technical education teacher, Ed Jasperson, came to pitch in. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez stopped by. He's also an Estancia High School graduate, and he paid a visit to the students as they were rebuilding the pieces. Our Costa Mesa TV team filmed the students as the work was being done, and are currently putting together a video of the students that'll run on social media and the TV channel later this month. So on December 12th, when the holiday lights switch on and families gather in front of City Hall, the students will see the results of all of their hard work, and we also plan to recognize them that evening. So as I said, the students really did a remarkable job. The pieces that they did turned out beautifully, and we hope that you can join us on December 12th to recognize them and to say thanks. I also want to thank our Community Relations Manager, Brock Howard, our Public Works and Parks and Community Services teams for working with Estancia High School to make this all happen. And to address Councilmember Reynolds' requests, we will look at ways to make our community resource information more accessible to the public, either on our website or ways to get the information out there to the community. I think it's important to have the information readily available and accessible for not only anyone who's in need of assistance, but for anyone who's looking for information on how to help. So we'll look into that and address that. And I just want to wish everyone a happy and restful holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can clap if you want. Yeah, I heard a smattering of applause. No? No? All right. Going, gone. City Attorney, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With respect to the Legal Defense Fund, the direction from the council was to enter into agreements with Public Law Center and with Immigration Defenders, which is what we have been working on. We have a signed agreement with PLC. They are accepting clients. We are finalizing the agreement with Immigration Defenders, but they have been accepting clients from Costa Mesa since the day the council voted to move forward with that. The information about how to contact them is available on the website, their phone numbers. The money doesn't go to any individuals. It goes to these groups to provide the services. So if people need help, they need to contact those two providers. Then they can get the legal services that they need. There are other resources that are listed on the website, on the city's website. If for any reason the individuals don't qualify for the funding that has been provided to either PLC or Immigration Defenders. There are many organizations that are involved in this, and we are working diligently with the 2 organizations that the city has contracted with to move those forward. With respect to letting the public know, obviously, when we have legal services being provided to individuals, that's confidential information. So we can only tell you how many clients they may have served, what type of services they may have provided, but we can't identify any individuals, obviously. But the criteria for assistance through those 2 defense agreements are that you be a Costa Mesa resident, a Costa Mesa employee, or that you have been detained in Costa Mesa. So that's the criteria. The information is available. If you have any questions, you can contact the city, and we will assist in getting you connected to these resources. Other than wishing everyone a wonderful holiday season and a Happy New Year, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to consent calendar. And so all of the consent calendar items are considered to be routine and can be acted upon in one motion. I'm going to pull number 9. Anything else being pulled by the staff or the council or the public, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, item number 7 by the public.
Item number 7 by the public. Can I get a motion on the balance? Oh, yeah. Got it. Oh, and also, Councilmember Gameros is recusing himself from the warrants. That's number 3 because his wife is employed by Priceless Pets. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. We have to take a voice vote. Let's call for the question on the balance of the consent calendar.
Councilmember Bewley? Yes. Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds? Councilmember Pettis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Good. Now, a member of the public has pulled item number 7, so let's open that up for a public hearing.
Hold on.
Good evening again, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. I was looking at this item on M2 expenditures report, and I noticed something odd, and I thought I would ask about it. There's a traffic signal at Fairview and Belfast listed for $12,000 plus. There's no signal at Belfast and Fairview. And there is a signal 1 block away to the north and 1 block away to the south, but no signal at Belfast. And I'm trying to figure out why the city spent $12,000 on a signal at Belfast when there is not a signal at Belfast. And in my discussions with some traffic engineers, they informed me that they wouldn't allow a signal, block to block in that kind of a situation. So all I can say is I'm just curious about why we spent the $12,000. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, ma'am.
I didn't pull this item, and I'm kind of surprised that he did. But for years, I've been compiling the accident reports on Fairview because I lived there. And I have a spreadsheet that I'll share with you. There are more crashes at McCormick, many more. McCormick has a signal. There are more crashes at Paularino. Paularino has a signal. There are more crashes at Dorset. Dorset does not have a signal, but it's only a block from Paularino. The residents requested a reduction in speeding on Belfast. They requested speed bumps on Warren Street. They did not want a signal. We had a public meeting. It was overwhelming. They do not want a signal. They want speed bumps. They want reduction in speed on Warren and Belfast, but we do not want a signal. We don't want more congestion on Fairview. We have enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on Zoom wish to comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Okay. I'm going to make a motion to approve this item. Can I get a second? Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. Just before we call for the question, I just want to mention how important this document is. I was going to do it. I wasn't going to pull it, but I forgot to do it when we did the vote on the balance. But if you look at Schedule 1, it shows the expenditures during the fiscal year. This is of M2 dollars, and I'm not sure the public understands. You pay a half a cent tax, or half a percent, or is it half a percent or half a cent? Half a percent tax. Everybody does in the whole county. And this was passed, Measure M, and then Measure M2 was passed. And then we get these funds. We have to apply for the funds. It's very competitive to get a lot of these funds. And they're administered by Orange County Transportation Authority. And this particular document, this report, is so important because if you mess it up, you could lose your funding for 5 years. And many cities have messed it up. And to give you an idea of what that would mean to the city of Costa Mesa, in the last fiscal year, we spent it of Measure M2 funds, $6,225,000. So if the Finance Department and Public Works gets this wrong by even $30,000, we could lose $30 million. And so it's very highly technical work. It has to be perfect. And I'm making this motion, and I'm with great gratitude for the work that the Finance Department and Public Works Department does for this. It's a multi-million-dollar report. Thank you for your work, and that's my motion.
Mayor, can I make?
Yes. Yes.
If the second doesn't have a.
Of course. Oh, yes. You want to be heard, Manuel? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, just a quick note to acknowledge some of the comments shared. One of the things that sort of ongoing collaborations that I think we're going to take a real positive step on in the coming year is better tailoring our CIP projects and specific street infrastructure projects to the collision data. I'm not sure who I'm looking at in the, and I know, shout out to the police department for getting that OTS grant for an updated data system. We have a really fantastic transportation team as well. And so just want to thank you for that reminder. And then for all of the folks who, there you are, on a regular basis talk about, we need to slow vehicles down. There's too many crashes. My vehicle got sideswiped while I was sleeping, so on and so forth. We're going to be able to really look closely at that data and match our response in terms of how we're designing and managing our streets to the actual data. So really proud of that work. And I think we're supposed to, in our municipal code, have regular reporting on how we do that. And so we're working on updating that report to bring that back as well. Thanks.
Okay, let's call for the question.
Mayor, quick question.
Sorry.
I just think after the commentary about the perfection and the exactitude and certitude of this document, I'm just curious on Mr. Humphrey's inquiry. I did flip through and we look at expenditure report schedule 4, and I think I see what he's referring to. Does somebody care to comment on that? Why it appears we have an expenditure there for signals, safety devices, and streetlights, and maybe that's a catch-all. Maybe there was some work done out there that was all-inclusive, or?
Yeah, well, you could be heard. I mean, I can just give you a brief explanation. Where cities get caught up here is not on something like that. That's a legitimate use of Measure M funds for a public works project. It's when they use typically when they use Measure M2 funds and they use it for overhead. And when they use it for overhead, if you use it for overhead, and we may or may not do that, you have to be very exacting in how you keep your time, just like we do, council member, how we keep our time. So it wouldn't be something like the Belfast light that would get you in trouble with OCTA. It's usually misuse of funds on something other than a transportation project. Did I get that right?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess my question was, that was just a comment about the exactitude of the document. I'm just curious, is that 12,191 scheduled for future work, and that's why it appears on here, or was it expended on a traffic signal at that location?
Mr. Mayor, if I can answer that question. We have an active CIP, Capital Improvement Program project for a signal at Fairview and Belfast, and this is for the ongoing design work that's going on for that project.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Okay, now we're ready to vote?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Pettis?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Bewley? Yes. Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, then I pulled consent calendar item number 9. Could you please read the title?
Thank you. This is Adams Avenue Bicycle Facility Project from Harbor Boulevard to Fairview Road, Federal Project number STPL 5312 and City Project number 2511.
Thank you very much. The only reason I pulled this is just the size of the project is something that we don't normally see on consent. So it's like almost $2.3 million. It's over $2.3 million with the contingency. So Director Sethuraman, can you just give us just some information about this particular project and the expenditure we're asked to approve here?
Sure, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, if you can allow us, we have a short presentation we can quickly make on this project.
Yeah, it sounds good.
It's blocked.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'll be brief. I know you guys have a pretty packed schedule today. So tonight we'll be sharing with you the Adams Avenue Bicycle Facility Project from Harbor to Fairview. So quick background on the project. The project takes place along Adams Avenue from Harbor Boulevard to Fairview Road. Currently, Adams here is 6 travel lanes, 3 lanes in each direction with raised center medians, and a posted speed limit of 35 miles per hour. There currently is on-street parking along Adams on the north side in the westbound direction between Pine Creek and the driveway at the Via Siena apartments. So quickly, some of the project features. You'll see the exhibits here on the right side. The top shows the existing conditions, 3 lanes in each direction. On the bottom shows what we're doing is we're going to be narrowing the center medians, keeping 3 travel lanes in each direction, so there's no reduction in travel lanes, and implementing Class 4 cycle tracks, and which are protected bikeways, and Class 2 buffered bike lanes where adjacent to on-street parking. The project is consistent with the active transportation plan and City Council's goals and priorities. The project will also feature green bicycle conflict markings and green bicycle crosswalks, new pedestrian street lighting on the south side of Adams, where there currently is no street lighting. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we are narrowing the center medians and implementing new landscaping, so new trees and new shrubs to beautify the corridor. And the traffic signal modifications and bikeway modifications at the intersection of Fairview Road and Adams Avenue and El Camino Drive. The cycle track will connect to the newly constructed multi-use trails at the intersection of Adams Avenue and Pine Creek Drive via the bike ramps that were installed on the project. So this will create a continuous bicycle facility protected from Harbor all the way to Fairview. The city had the bid opening on October 15th. We received 6 bids, and the lowest bidder was Excel Paving Company with a low bid amount of $2,268,636 and an average bid amount of $2.76 million. We anticipate the construction to be completed by summer of 2026. The total contract amount is just shy of $2.5 million, which includes the 10% contingency for the project. The project did come under the engineer's estimate and the budget, so the budget is all good on this. And the budget consists of federal funding, so Service Transportation Block Grant funds, Traffic Impact Fee funds, and OCTA's Measure M2 Fair Share funds. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council approve the recommendations as outlined in the staff report. And just to mention, this also includes a public services agreement in the amount of $241,374 with a 10% contingency to Z&K Consultants for the construction management and inspection for the project. We're available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions for staff on this item? No? Let's open it up to public comment. Nobody from the, inside the chambers? Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. I'll make the motion to approve the recommended action. Second by Councilmember Mar. Yeah, it looks like a beautiful project. I look forward to it. Thank you. Nice presentation. Councilmember Mar, do you have anything to add?
No, excited about the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay. Did you have something to add? Okay, good. Let's call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Bewley? Yes. Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros? Yes. Councilmember Pettis? Yes. Councilmember Reynolds? Mayor Pro Tem Chavez? Yes. Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. We made it through the consent calendar. Now we're going to move to public hearing item number 1. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is continuation request and appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to uphold the Economic and Development Services Director's decision to deny a reasonable accommodation request to deviate from certain requirements of the zoning code to operate a sober living home operated by the Ohio House at 115 East Wilson Street, Units A through X. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, staff recommends for you tonight the City Council open the public hearing and continue the item to the February 3rd, 2026 meeting pursuant to the applicant's request.
Okay, so let's open up the hearing then, unless there's no comments. So let's open up, and we're not going to close the public comments. I'll make a motion to continue it to February 3rd?
February 3rd, 2026.
Okay. Motion to continue it to February 3rd. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. I have no comments on it. Do you have any comments? No. Okay, so let's call for the question by voice vote.
And Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify there is nobody on Zoom that wished to speak either.
Correct.
All right. Councilmember Pettis?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Bewley?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thanks, everybody. So now we're going to go to public hearing item number 2. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. This is public hearing regarding the Development Impact Fees Annual Report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025, and the Traffic Impact Fee Analysis. Staff presentation by Ms. Molina, Finance Director, and Mr. Seth Rahman, Public Works Director.
Good evening, City Council. Before you tonight is our annual Development Impact Fee and Traffic Fee Analysis as required by state law. As I already mentioned, California Government Code requires that we present to you every year the annual reports of our DIF, our various development impact fees, within 180 days of close of the fiscal year. As you can see here, we have 5 different special revenue funds: the park development impact fees, drainage impact fees, our TIF, our traffic impact fees, fire system development fees, and cannabis fees. This is the June 30th, 2025 year-end fund balances. As you can see, all of our 5 special revenue funds for these DIFs have positive ending fund balances. All have received some sort of revenue and some have some expenses. And in the report that you have received as an attachment shows the various expenses as well as revenues. At this moment, I will turn it over to Public Works.
I'm going to cover the following 2 slides. Again, I'm Paul Martin, the Transportation Services Manager. Over the past few months, we had a traffic impact fee ad hoc committee that met twice in the month of October. We presented the traffic impact fee analysis that had a range of impact fees based on average daily traffic, ADT, based on future land development projects. We also evaluated recently completed infrastructure projects, considered the operations of our traffic system throughout the city, discussed the eligible project list, and the fund balance specifically related to the traffic impact fee program. The revised calculation of $231 per ADT was developed and identified based on the eligible projects and the other active transportation projects. The ad hoc committee went ahead and recommended the $231 rate, as well as continuing some of the modifications that are shown on the screen, continuing an allocation towards traffic signal synchronization or coordination projects, as well as some reduction in the fees based on improvements related to active transportation projects. So those are the recommendations that are related to specifically traffic impact fees. I think with that, both of us are available for questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for staff on this item? Yes, Councilmember Bewley.
Just because I hadn't seen this before, and just a couple questions. In the agenda packet under attachment 1, it was the impact fee report for 24-25. I just wanted someone to kind of walk me through the chart on page 11. Can somebody find that?
Okay, so for this specific chart, this is for the park development fees. So as mentioned earlier, we have 5 different special revenue funds. One of it is the park development fees. So we are required to provide a 5-year look back on different types of capital projects that these funds have been utilized for. So as you can see here in each of the fiscal years, you can see, for example, fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020, we spent almost $1.3 million on multiple capital projects and so forth.
And that answers one of my questions. I guess what I was, the reason I pulled it and wanted to ask about it is I look at from 2020, we spent 1.28, at 1.5 in 21, 2 million in 22, and then a steep decline in 23, 24. And I'm just curious, is there a simple explanation for that?
I will turn that over to Director Setharaman.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Bewley. So what this shows is allocation that was approved by the City Council. The big expenditures that you see were mainly for the Lions Park projects. So we had accumulated significant revenues in the park fees over time before 2020. And we had those funds available for implementing basically the library building, the Norma Hudson Community Center, and the 1 acre park. So all that projects were implemented using a portion of it was using the park development fees. I would say in the last few years, we haven't seen any significant revenues in the park fees. So that's why you don't see much allocations as we are moving forward. There is some funding, but we also have some ongoing project commitments using park fees.
And that kind of pivots to on page 10, where it shows the park development fees, the Quimby Act fees. And it kind of pivots to my next question. We look in 2020, it looked like the ending fund balance was 5.5 mil. And now we get down to 2025 and it's 2 million and 20. Was there additional sources of revenue, grants or something that were allocated into these funds post or pre-2020 that are no longer there?
So let me go ahead and answer that. Per California state code, we can only carry revenues related to the specific fee. So we cannot commingle other revenue sources within the specific fund. Now, Director Sadaraman may utilize partial funding from this fund and other funding sources to fund a total project. But in this particular dollar amount, it's only these specific fees.
Has there been a reduction in the source of these funds then? So we're talking about this fee that's allocated for park purposes.
Correct. These are developer fees, so it's pending development in the city. So depending on the development that comes forth are the fees that we're going to be receiving.
Okay, so if I see a decline and you're telling me there's been a reduction in development in the city, and in particular large projects. Correct. Okay. And then my last thing, again, looking at the blue agenda packet, did I read that correctly, that the total fiscal impact on this slight increase of $3 is going to be $3,900 in revenue?
Correct. And this is just a high level because we really don't know how much development we'll be getting in the future. So this is just based on what we're currently seeing, nothing that, we know for sure at this moment in time.
And just to wrap it up, and again, this is a required disclosure reporting under the government code, so it's an obligatory thing we do every year.
Correct. Every year we have to do this at the end of December.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to make an editorial comment. Staff, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. I think that the numbers going down and decreasing as well as development has something to do with Measure Y. And there was not a lot of development over those years. And so we've been spending money but not collecting it because these large development projects didn't go forward when they required a vote. Perhaps we'll shake some of those developments loose with Measure K and some of the other things we're doing in the Development Services Department. Okay, so any other questions? Let's open it up to the public.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. First of all, I just want to say I absolutely agree with you, Mr. Mayor, on your last comment. I wanted to inform the City Council about a new California law, Senate Bill 358 by Senator Becker. This law essentially requires that for certain development projects that meet certain criteria, such as being near a major transit stop or within several items like a park, a community center, something that creates a walkable community, it requires that mitigation impact fees be set at a lower rate than what would be available for projects that do not meet these criteria. So basically, starting January 1, 2026, we're going to have a requirement to have lower traffic impact fees for some specific projects. I'll read you the exact portion of the government code as it was just amended by Senate Bill 358. Except as otherwise provided in subdivision B, when a local agency imposes a fee on a housing development pursuant to Government Code Section 66001 for the purpose of mitigating vehicular traffic impacts, If that housing development satisfies all of the following characteristics, the fee or the portion thereof relating to vehicular traffic impacts shall be set at a rate that reflects a lower rate of automobile trip generation associated with such housing developments in comparison with housing developments without all these characteristics. Then goes on to list major transit stops, supermarket being within a half mile of 3 or more of supermarkets, public parks, community centers, public libraries. So basically what I'm saying is we should probably take a look at this traffic impact fee recommendation, probably change it up a little bit because it's no longer going to match up with the government code. At first I thought that the 5% reduction in automobile trips for ATP implementation would be sufficient, except for the fact that it specifically says in comparison with housing developments without all of these characteristics. So we may be able to grant this 5% reduction to everyone, except we're going to have to grant a further reduction to people who meet the characteristics in the new government code section. So I wanted to make the council aware of this and hope that we can change it so that we are in compliance with state law before January 1st of the new year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Anybody want to make a motion? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, I have a question, but I'll move staff recommendation to start the discussion.
I'll second.
Yeah, so the question is, does the recommendation as is comply with the new state law? If not, have we done analysis to figure out what changes might need to be made? Regardless, timing-wise, maybe this is a city attorney question. Can we make an update if we need to in January and not get penalized for being 19 days behind schedule?
Yes, thank you for the question. We believe that staff will be able to set the fees for different developments based upon the criteria in the statute by reducing this established fees. We don't necessarily have to set a different fee. We have to charge a different fee, a reduced fee. So if we set the traffic fee at that amount, just as we give a credit for active transportation projects on site, et cetera, we will also provide reductions to those fees for these amenities that are set out in SB 358.
So help me understand how we operationalize that. So tonight, council would set a fee. How would the decisions be made on who gets charged what and what is?
The statute lays out the specifics. We are required to provide a lower fee for, I'll give you the list, housing developments located within a half a mile from 3 or more of the following: supermarket or grocery store, public park, community center, pharmacy or drugstore.
Yeah.
So we'll just be doing those measurements.
What is the amount of reduction? Is that specified in the law? Is that, I guess,
It says we are required to charge a lower rate.
right. So setting that lower rate, it sounds like we're not prepared. We don't have a lower rate built into the recommendation here. I'm assuming since it's not in our staff report, we haven't discussed it.
Mr. Mayor, if I can answer that.
Yeah.
So, Councilman Reynolds, so the fee is $231 per trip.
Yeah.
That is not changing. What changes is the number of trips that generated by that development. And we have different rates for different developments. For example, multifamily, we have a different rate, and we have a different rate for single family. In the same manner, we will figure out what the
All right, we're back on the record. Let's have the city clerk please read the title to this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, but I would like to correct for the record on the last item that Councilmember Mar did vote yes on that item, and it'll show 7-0 vote on that item.
Oh, great, great.
Okay, thank you. And this item is the draft Fairview Park Master Plan update, discussion, approval of recommendations, and presentation by Mr. Gruner, Parks and Community Services Director.
Okay, so just to recap where we were at our last episode, we had a staff presentation. We had a presentation by 2 interest groups. We had extensive questions by council, and we had approximately 50 people who spoke to us in public comment, either in person or by Zoom. Then we closed public comment, and we continued on a unanimous vote to pick up right where we left off right now. Okay? So here's what I think we should do. Normally, and you can do this if you wish, at this point in time, we'd receive a motion. And we would, go back and forth. Somebody might second it, somebody might not second it. We might add to the motion. There might be substitute motions, things like that. I want every council member to be able to express themselves. If there are questions of staff that the council members feel after they've been thinking about it, that they need to ask, I want you all to have the opportunity to do it. You're free to make a motion at any time. What I'll do just now is say, whoever wants to light up their light and talk about this, then we'll just, go in order. I want every council member to get the full opportunity to express themselves. It's obviously a very, very important issue to the community, and I do intend to express myself, but I'll defer to some of the other council members. So, who wants to go first?
I can start with some questions.
Councilmember Reynolds, you have the floor. And by the way, if you could take second bites of the apple, if you feel like you want to say something extra, I just want everybody to have a chance to talk. Councilmember Reynolds, you have the floor.
I really wanted to just start by making sure I have the right understanding of where we are in the process and what's coming next, and that we're all on the same page on that front. So my understanding, as I try to find the big page here, is we have a draft master plan in front of us, informed by a whole lot of research, and thank you, staff, for printing out some of the appendices for me since our last meeting. We'll give direction tonight that would result in an updated draft plan that would then go through a CEQA process, which is required process, part of the contract. We've always known that's part of the process. And what we'll learn from that is, based on the plan, the draft plan, what sort of triggers a need for mitigation measures. And so we'll get feedback then at the end of that process saying, okay, if this is your plan, here's potential impacts, and that ranges from environmental impacts, noise impacts, all the kind of things, I think. And here's effective ways to mitigate that. So then we would have a better understanding of what impacts get triggered, and then specific mitigation measures. I'm assuming it wouldn't come with costs of those mitigation measures, but that would be additional information we would get before we adopt a final plan. Is that understanding correct? Is there any additional information you want to add to that? I just want to understand kind of the next steps and the impact of our decision tonight and opportunities to get additional information. That's important.
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, there's really no additional information. It's just a matter of getting some direction from the council. And then it would go through the CEQA documentation process, as you indicated. And then there will be a 30-day review where we would get some feedback from California Fish and Wildlife and also U.S. Fish and Wildlife due to the protected species that we have in place throughout the park. And then it would come back to council for final adoption.
Okay. And I expressed at the last meeting, an interest in a better understanding understanding the sensitivities of potential impacts and sort of protection measures for the tribal resources or cultural resources, that's something that would also be addressed through CEQA as well, or covered, I guess, by the CEQA process.
Both consultation and analysis of impacts to the tribal resources is required by CEQA.
Okay. Okay. And so a specific, maybe a couple specific questions maybe will help illustrate that process as well. So we got some feedback on trails, both biking on trails and walking on trails and access, right? And this differentiation of sort of the big trails and the small trails and trails that are part of a trail plan and trails that have been sort of created over time, many beloved, some problematic. And when I say problematic, I probably can't find the quote quickly, but as I was reading one of the appendices on the tribal cultural resources, one of the things that was noted there is that very, very sensitive site for our tribes, a history of burial artifacts found. So I'm interpreting that, I don't think it was explicit, but that, and then it said that some of these sensitive cultural resources, I think at least one sacred area is being impacted by an undefined walking path, right? So we're essentially walking on sacred burial grounds is what I'm taking away from that. So what I'm interested in, based on the feedback, based on the desire to honor the sensitivity to that site and balance that with the feedback that we've heard on sort of interest in being able to walk in more secluded areas, in areas where you're not going to have lots of people and voices around. I'm interested in looking at ways we can, increase the number of trails or the diversity of trails in the plan without infringing on those sensitive areas, but we don't know what those sensitive areas are, right? And so, this is, I guess we're in the comment phase. Anyway, so what I'm interested in, I'm sort of explaining what I'm interested in. I'm also interested in, we got some comments about the trail plan and the draft plan not being consistent with the active transportation plan. I'm interested in those two being consistent. What we don't know and what we can't know is where that might have, where there might be a conflict point in terms of sacred sites. And I want to find solutions. I think everyone on council here has expressed an interest in as much balance as possible. So what is your recommendation for moving forward if there is a desire to say, hey, like we do want to maintain as much public access as possible. We do want to, make sure we're not infringing on a sacred burial ground, for example. I think that was a question.
So, yeah, going to tread very lightly just to avoid, suggesting where sensitive and non-sensitive what may be. The guidance from the tribal consultation process and the archaeologists that advised us on this project was to treat the entire site as a sensitive for tribal cultural resources at a landscape scale. So there are trails at Fairview Park that do cross through what would historically be considered, a sensitive area that there's shell midden. So those are indications of past human activity, human occupancy. So some of those trails, we're not proposing to eliminate all trails that are within sensitive areas because it's just simply infeasible. The amount of trails, the amount of public access that's been sort of, provided to the community over the last several decades is not something we want to take away, but we want to minimize it to the extent that we can. And particularly the unauthorized trails that go through the center of the mesa, there's an overabundance of them. So the purpose of the proposed trails plan is to consolidate them into a reasonable number of circulation paths that can get from point A to point B and also experience the park, but not have redundant and sort of too many trails where they're going to the same point and sort of accessing the same types of features. But the trails plan, we are still examining that. That's not a final product that, it'll be set in stone and that after adoption, it's immediately going to be closed off, but it's something that we're still giving consideration to, and we do want that feedback. We already have a couple additional segments that we feel may be necessary to retain for circulation purposes, and just really to have public support for the project, because we understand some of these over the years the community hasn't been familiar with what's trail, what's not trail.
And I think it was in the draft plan, I think it was in some other areas that potential mitigation measures are sort of elevated walkways in certain areas. So is that something that we would need to specify tonight to say, I want this trail, put it in there, or, and then we would get feedback saying, okay, but mitigate it this way? Or can we be more general to say, like maximize, walking areas, match the ATP in terms of the bike circulation plan, and then we understand that, and then we'll get back that we'll just, when we, I guess some trails already exist, but as part of implementation of this plan, we need to use or pick from this menu of mitigation measures. Does that make sense? I guess I'm trying to understand how specific we need to be in terms of specific trails, or is it enough to say on trails in certain? Is it enough to sort of express interest in a certain type of trail and variety of trail, knowing that part of the CEQA response will be direction on the type of mitigation we need to do in certain areas?
I'm not sure I understand your question regarding mitigation, but the feedback that we do need, or we really hope to obtain, is the segments of trails that are potentially missing from this plan that the council wants to retain, or wants to sort of sanction as a designated trail. So that's something we actually do have the trails plan as a figure we could pull up if that would be helpful to kind of guide that process.
Yeah, I'll follow up on that. I think I'm hearing you say it's helpful to be more specific. Okay. Because I recognize that some of the feedback was from the tribal advisory group was treat the whole site as sensitive. I do recall reading that there are some areas that are more sensitive than others, I think because of the sort of less degradation that has already happened, right? And so, again, we can't, it's an uncomfortable position to be, and I appreciate that I'm sort of struggling to articulate, because I usually want to be very specific, but we don't have the information to be specific, right? Because the information of where there's more sensitive sites can't be disclosed. So it's a difficult sort of situation to be in. So that's just what I'm wrestling with, council, and I'm articulating that so you guys hear where I'm struggling on that front too. Okay. Another thing, sort of on a similar note, right? I think one of the themes is how can, the theme here is balance in general. And so I'm very sensitive to a lot of the feedback about how do we sort of minimize the physical impact that's creating degradation on either tribal resources, cultural resources, environmental resources, and so on. People want to be able to experience Fairview Park. So things, I think we talked a little bit about it, things like having sort of walkout points into areas that might be on a boardwalk, or benches for views into certain areas for places to sort of sit and contemplate. Do we have to be specific about exactly where those things should go if we want to see them in the plan, or can we say, we'd like to have these features? Is that enough for the whole CEQA process to give us the appropriate mitigation response?
Yes, and I'd like to maybe step back a little bit to answer that question, because you're hitting on clearly some very big issues here. So one thing about the trails and the trail designation that is in the trails plan right now, to remember that it was based on the findings, the biological findings, as well as the archaeological findings and those meetings. And so that is where we got the trails plan we have now. We understand a few, updates to the transportation plan. That's clear, but those are based on those two findings together. And so the other point about that I wanted to speak on briefly, I'll try to summarize it, but I think just to step back into the tribal consultation process and what was achieved there and what was the goal. The goal of that process is to improve communication between the agencies and the tribes, and that was a good start for this project that happened. And we did go through the AB 52 process, which is required for public agencies. And we notified through the mail, email, phone calls to the different tribes. And then addition to what's required by CEQA, we also had this contract allowed for additional meetings and tribal advisory group and stipends. And so that was a site meeting where we were on site, and it was a collaborative meeting where we walked the site. And we walked with a biologist and that biologist Travis, could share where these sensitive biological areas and where central cultural areas are on the site. And so that was shared, but and then obviously the report that you read through, which investigated the paleontological, the archaeological, and the tribal cultural, and the cultural resources that are out on the site. And as you mentioned, it's as sensitive as it gets for the tribal cultural resources. And so those elements together informed the trails plan that we have now. And so I did want to go over to answer your question, is the recommendations was to recognize and protect Fairview Park as a unified tribal cultural landscape. What this says is there are threats to sensitive biological and cultural resources in Fairview coming from actions that destroy, degrade, and fragment the park's natural communities and erode that protective soil cover. So that was taken into consideration, and that was really a key recommendation, recognizing it as a unified, not just sites, specific sites within the park. That's why we can't specifically work out exactly, or we work out where trails are and exact benches are. And those will be in collaboration. And then prevent further damage to cultural resources through site management was another request. And then honor tribal stewardship and ensure respectful handling of cultural materials. That is an archaeological treatment plan, which you referred to in your comments, and that will be done in consultation with tribes prior to any ground disturbing activities. So that's a key requirement, that it's not a decision and a line on a plan. It's going to be developed in collaboration with tribes for any kind of ground disturbing activities, which would be occurred. And then also to prevent resource degradation, reduce erosion, unauthorized trails, and impacts from pedestrian, bicycle, and off-trail activity through targeted revegetation, no-till stabilization methods, signage, fencing, barriers, and raised walkways. So all those things together to protect these archaeological sites, and also protect the archaeological sites from unauthorized collection or disturbance while maintaining public access where appropriate. So those are the key kind of recommendations, and again, it's an iterative process. This, master plan has, initiated that process.
Let me ask. I'm going to try to ask. See if this question makes sense. Well, let me just ask it. So, in the CEQA analysis, I'm looking at this map of trails here. Will it give mitigation measures, or raise flags where needed, or give mitigation measures where needed on a trail by trail, like specific to each trail, or will it be specific to like a trail type?
So to answer the question, it's at a programmatic scale, so it's not looking at individual, it hasn't done that site investigation of each of these individual trails
Yeah.
that may be proposed. Most of these are existing trails, nearly
Right.
all of them. So there wouldn't be, a proposed.
Yeah, okay. So it would say, trails where bikes are allowed should, trails where walking's allowed should do X, Y, Z. So we wouldn't be, if we go through this whole process and then say, hey, this trail that we thought we wanted to close off, maybe we don't actually want to, that means we're gonna do a boardwalk across it or choose one of these mitigation measures. We wouldn't be locked out from making those decisions going forward.
Correct.
Okay.
And to follow up
just
to your earlier
phrase that
question,
question,
I realized I forgot to address the point about boardwalks. That is something that we don't need to have that detail tonight of where exactly a boardwalk would need to be. It's just something that we recommend for a variety of reasons, for resource protection, and those could be figured out in the future.
Okay. Same, and same thing for benches, for example, where exactly they would be placed we'd have a process for figuring that out. And then obviously, if and when things are installed, there's a very, very detailed process to make sure we're not disturbing resources. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I'll stop there. I wanted to get that under my belt. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pettis, what do you have to say?
Thank you. This is more of a get it off my chest kind of thing or situation. I think, it's when looking at this, a huge issue that's been going on long before I've been here, and the whole time I've been here, it's very important. And I think we know where the consultants lie on this thing. I think we know where certain staff want this to go, even most of the council. We have an idea, but it's important for me, and it always is important to understand what the public wants as well, because they are equally, if not more, they're the ones that live here, use the park, and experience. And there's two sides to the situation, and we can learn about that in different ways. We can go out in the city and see them. We can hear the comments. We can read the emails. Last council meeting, I had asked the question of staff, like how many comments, where did they fall out versus for and against on this draft plan. And one of the other council members seemed to suggest that, well, that was a flawed email, and those the information was flawed in there, and therefore the message was that they weren't, maybe those 153 comments weren't valid. So I got to thinking, I don't take things personally, but it was bugging me because I got to thinking about it. I'm like, well, there's been other times in the past where, we've had hundreds of emails come in about there's a, ICE agent in every bush waiting to deport people, and so therefore we need to give them money and money now. And we took those emails very seriously, but in this case, it was poo-poo to those emails because there were some facts in there that were disputed. But then I got to thinking, okay, maybe it's me, and because a person came up from the school, I forget the name of the school already, but she said, I have 500 signatures for advocating for the draft plan. And I said, okay, maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong many times in my life. And I have it on good authority. I'm not going to use names or whatnot. I saw people start to walk out, and turns out that a couple of these folks came to me and said, I did sign that petition, but and this has already been out in an email. I know it's already out there, but this happened the next day. She said, we were told that if the plan is not voted in the affirmative, then they're going to build condominiums and skate parks, and it's going to be high-density housing on that site. And so that, to me, is a gross misrepresentation of what could or couldn't happen at the Fairview Park. So I want to make sure that we're not putting out, I'm not assigning blame to anybody, but somebody did that. So we're trying to steer this thing. We need to do it straightforward. We need the public to have a really clear, strong voice, and we want to do this the right way. Thanks.
Anybody else want to get anything off their chest? I can get something off my chest. You guys want me to go? Or do you want to go?
Do you want to go last, Mayor?
Well, I mean, I can go last.
Now.
I'm just give you all an opportunity. Go ahead.
No, I appreciate
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and I jest because mayors usually have the last word, but I know this is a very important topic for everyone, and I just want to kind of share my general thoughts. As you guys know, I was not here in the chambers last council meeting, So I will admit I did miss the actual atmosphere in the room. And that's something I really cannot ever get back. 'Cause I can't ever be present in this room during the last council meeting. But I think for me, there's really two things that stick out to me for this plan that are really important to me. And I'll start with the least controversial and go to the most controversial. I think for me with the bike trails, to every extent possible, we can maintain access to bikes, I think is very, very important. I understand there's going to be some sensitive uses that may limit our ability with bike paths and with the ability to use bikes, but I think we have the intelligence to find a way to incorporate bikes into Fairview Park. We create all these bike paths for kids to bike to school safely, for folks to bike to work safely, but where are the paths for kids to bike to a green space? It's going to be the whole corridor of the Sand River. It's going to be Randall Preserve, Talbot Park, Fairview Park. So to the extent we're able to maintain those bike paths available, we should. And I'm willing to even err on the side of caution on the bikes for that reason. We need a place for kids to ride their bikes safely and recreate. Now, on the big item, the fly field. Again, I'm saying this because I was in the room. I couldn't get the vibes from the room and the audience. But there's something that I do believe. I think the fly field should stay in Fairview Park, but it's not in the right location. So I'm not going to be voting for anything that keeps it in the current location. I think there's a space limit east side. I know it's not ideal. I'm happy to find a compromise to fly more vehicles, not just gliders. But to me, it's very simple. We're flying over protected species, and we know they're protected. And we can go on and on about the legality of what paper was sent when and what email was sent when. But the point blank, we know there's species that are protected above where they fly. And for that reason alone, I think we should move them to the east side of the park, keeping them in the park, but in a location where it's not going to open us up to liabilities for risk. Those are really the only two things that I feel very passionate about to mention. I'm going to trust the experts that did the due diligence on this project. I'm going to defer to them when it comes to tribal access and what's appropriate or not. But when it comes to the bike paths, I want to see us have access. I want kids to be able to bike to Fairview Park and bike in the park. And I want to keep the fly field in a better location where they're not impacting protected species. And that's going to be probably in the east side of the park. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, I think I have a few comments.
Yes. Councilmember Bewley.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've approached this issue. I will say I've been educated on the issue. I want to say early on in my tenure here, I think we showed up for a specially called session, and we included on that agenda, since we had a quorum of the council members down here for some closed session activity, that we'd come out and have a special study session on this matter. I want to say back in January or February. And naive me, I said, oh, they're coming down to give a report on a report. And what's the status of the report? And I go, that should be just a quick update in and out. And the chamber was jam-packed. And I got educated on the ferry shrimp and then the Soaring Society and the model engineers. And I will say it was impactful for me as a newly elected to hear the passion and to hear how deeply everyone feels about different aspects of this. And so that started my education. And then as we got heading into the last session, I drilled down and I read about the history and I read about, tried to get a grasp on what we're doing and what we're trying to achieve. And I think at the end of the day, and I've heard it said several different ways, we're trying to find that balance. We're trying to find, we've got this jewel of an asset here in our community, and everybody feels strongly about it. You got the active people out there who want to continue to have access to it and continue to build memories with their kids and things that have happened over the years. You've got the environmentalists who want to preserve it and restore it and make it a pristine, beautiful jewel of Orange County, of Southern California, and those are very warranted and commendable desires. And it occurs to me that, you know, to generate and create this pristine jewel of an environment, if we're in rural Utah or Montana or Idaho, it's a very simple discussion to have. but we're in an urban community where there's lots of people living and lots of competing interests and everybody wanting to enjoy this asset in their own unique, special way. So we're trying to thread that needle. And so then the attorney in me gets involved and I start thinking process. What's the process here and we gotta tread very lightly on how we proceed down this path. Because I think if we head down certain paths, you're going to have federal agencies and state agencies and pivoting on the CEQA report, and it could open up a whole can of beans for violation of Measure A and violation of these other federal and state statutes. So we have to tread lightly on what we do. And so the thought that occurred to me, and it was part of the reason for my line of questioning a couple weeks ago, was maybe the way to address this thing is to receive and file this report and hear me out before, and I haven't made that motion yet, and I'm giving you these thoughts because I want my other council members to consider these as we start fashioning motions. It appears that this jewel has resulted in what was originally the updated plan in 2008. And I think the council at that time and the community spoke at that time. They wanted to be certain to preserve and restore this asset, this park. And they put a lot of time and a lot of energy into creating that 2008 plan. And then they went further in 2016, I believe it was, and did Measure AA, as I said previously, to go belts and suspenders. And we heard a lot of talk that passed by 70%. I think that was the community speaking as loudly as possible at that time as to what they wanted. And they included at that time, let's have preserve, let's find a balance, let's have access, let's not put condos, let's not put ball fields, let's not do high density housing out there, but let's have a resource out there that includes trains and includes a gliding facility. And accompanying that, we'll also take steps to enhance it and preserve it and to do our best to make it the jewel that it can be. And then in 2017, I believe it is, in furtherance of implementing these goals and these desires, we implemented the steering committee. And as I understood that, we have all the mechanisms in place to achieve all these goals that we've now been talking about for years before I came on board. And now we've gone through this entire process to create this updated plan. And this updated plan is not a lost cause, or it hasn't been a waste of time, because now I think that steering committee has it within their ability to take this very detailed plan, to take these actionable items, and to determine the specific ones that we want to allocate funding for or seek funding for, and to implement the most important aspects of this plan, maintaining the balance that was originally out there, originally voted on under Measure AA, and originally implemented in the 2008 plan. And I think we achieve that if we receive and file this report and use this document to get actionable items from the steering committee. And the importance of that, and this is my legal hat coming on, I think we run the risk of violating the will of the public, who spoke at 70% as to what they wanted out there. And if we go out there and file an amended and restated plan, submit this through a CEQA report, we have opened up an entire can of beans to review the entire plan out there, every single activity that's going on out there. And we're going to subject ourselves to federal, state, and other agencies to come on board and review everything that has been done out there in the past, everything that we're planning to do there going forward. And we're going to upset what is the current status quo, which seems to have been working for a substantial amount of time. So I think this work has been commendable. I think in 2008, the entire community got together and decided what they wanted to do. In 2016, we went to a ballot and we had this fight. 2017, and here we are in 2025, and we're right back where we started. and I don't think we need to try. Anyways, those are my thoughts on it, and I don't know who or what other motions may be coming before us tonight, but whether it is a motion to receive and file or a substitute motion, if somebody can't persuade me otherwise, those are my thoughts.
Okay, Councilmember Gameros.
Okay, I'm going to use this time to take a bite at the apple here. And for those of you who are wondering maybe what I'm doing, I'm just going to let everyone know I'm looking at attachment 2, which is the Fairview Park Master Plan Update recommendations. I'm going to be reading from this and making statements based on 26 items. So one of the things that took place in item 1 was the consulting team in 2024 provided clearly defined trails and establish designated trail system for the park. One of the issues we have is clearly defined. It doesn't seem has been clearly defined. So we need to establish that. It seems to be there's some disagreement between what is a walking trail, what is a bike riding trail. I would like to see a very clear and concise map that can be provided to the constituents and the council that we can make a decision on with that. You know, item 2 follows up with that and says we're going to adopt standards for the designated trail system, including widths, materials, designated modes of travel by trail type. You know, when I go to the Back Bay, if you haven't been to the Back Bay, there's a nature center there. You can go and you can learn all about what's going on in the Back Bay. There's a wildlife center there. Nobody is riding bikes through all the trails there. It's monitored. It's a beautiful place. If you haven't been there, you should go there. I take my dog there. We walk there, and there's plenty of room to occupy there, and I think there would be plenty of room to utilize the park for animals, for people walking, and for people biking, where the designated trails are. So establish that, right? If we're going to establish a boardwalk, I'm fine with that too, but lay it out for us to clearly see and for the constituents to clearly see. I think one of the issues that we have is the perception versus the intention. They're not lining up. When we say we're going to provide long-term preservation of the vernal pools, what does that look like? What's the sustainability look like for something like this? Lay this out for the constituents and us. We're going to relocate the fly field. Okay. I don't have a problem with relocating it, but let's make it worth it. If we're going to move the fly field, let's not say here's some dirt and a stick and a big rubber band, launch and good luck. Let's make it a place that people would want to come and enjoy, just like we do with the trains. People want to go there, they want to recreate there, they want to hop on the trains. If we really want to make this work, we can do it on the east side. Now, it's my understanding that this could activate the intent of Measure AA. Measure AA says that you can't have any grading, but it doesn't talk about landscaping. So we're not going to be building new foundations for homes, at least not because of any habitats that live there, but because Measure AA was put together to prevent something like that. When we're talking about revegetate, that's easy. You know, everyone understands what revegetating is. Improved signage. Yeah, we could have signs posted all over the place that says no bikes. That should be an easy one. And the enforcement on that should be pretty easy too. I think that can be easily enforced. When we want to talk about utilize the site to enhance community education, I think they've locked that in the Back Bay, and we should look at that as a model to follow. If you haven't been to the nature center there, it's awesome. And I think that we could look at funding for that in the future. When we talk about preserving the cultural history of the site and the indigenous ecology, there were 2 Native American tribes that existed there. We should have a learning center dedicated to that on the east side, where it's not going to impact what's going on the other side. And then if you want to walk the trails with the education that you've received, that would be great. You could have a little pamphlet. There's a number of things we could do with this. When we continue the operation of the model train, we run the trains, according to the scientists, into some vernal pool areas, according to them already. When I asked about, is it really a vernal pool? Well, it's down there, it's underground. When it rains, it comes up maybe, but there really isn't an impact there. The problem is are we going to try and stop the use of that next? That's a question that I would like to have an answer for. I would love to see the planes and the trains work together in harmony on the other side, but we have to make it worth everybody's while. Okay? If we're going to adopt maintenance operations, these are big words, but what does that really consist of? A management plan for Fairview Park. What does that mean? No one really knows what that means. A management plan could really mean anything. I would like to see that defined. We want to continue to build community partnerships. Right now, the community partnerships aren't looking really good. We have one side that says no, one side that says yes, and it's turning into a visceral activity between the two. What I mean by that is it's a stomach ache for a lot of people. Obviously, we want to see ADA accessible pathways. There's no question with that. When you say provide an ADA accessible pathway, I have no questions there, and neither do the constituents. We all know what that looks like. We all know what that means. When you say, and whoever you is, I'm just reading it off of this, right? Provide the incorporation of a central interpretive area. I love that, but what does that look like, and what does it mean, and what would it cost, and where would we put it? Incorporate viewing platforms. I'm gonna refer back to the Back Bay. We could take a lesson from what they've done there, and we could incorporate the same thing. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, that's for sure. Nature play area near the central interpretive area, we can do that on the east side. We don't have to harm the landscape, the naturescape, the existing waterfowl that are there. One thing that I learned, kind of segueing, one thing that I've learned is during COVID, other species of birds now fly there and are nesting there and have located there due to the fact that we don't have planes flying there. And when we do have planes flying there, it's invasive to what it is that the birds are doing on a daily basis. If that is true, let's move them. So based on the community input, when we consider, and I'm on item 25, we consider renaming the site to reflect the site's natural and cultural resources. I think that's a great idea. We call one side nature, Fairview Nature Preserve. Great, that's a good idea. But I think the other side should be used as a recreation area, as a community gathering area, an educational for the entire community. Schools can go there. It would be a place that people would want to come to from all over Orange County. And that's what we need to create when we do this. So when we get to the point of making a motion, I think that the motion should include what does doing all of this stuff do to trigger Measure AA, and what's going to happen with the constituents when they realize, well, we're going to start disturbing this area that we didn't want disturbed, but it's mostly going to be for the intention of landscaping. We're not putting baseball fields. We already have an existing use that we're moving, right? The fly field is an existing use. We're moving an existing use. I don't see how that could, quote unquote, trigger AA. That's my opinion. I would like to hear more legal stance on that. I do agree with Councilmember Bewley's interpretation of moving all of this could open up a can of worms. Well, let's see what opening up a can of worms looks like when we do this and what's going to happen. This is what I'm going to close with the statements that I've made, and I know that some of them are open-ended, and I am ready, I'm just going to say this, I am ready to make a motion on this, fully ready to do it. This is what I will start with. If we can't, as a council, come up with a unanimous decision or something close to that, that reflects the desires of the constituents, both sides, the fors and the againsts. If we can't do that, then we should look at amending AA, bring this back to the people, and let them vote on it. If we can't make this decision, let's put something on the table for the people that they want to see. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Marr, do you wish to be heard at this time?
Oh God. Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. So back to the conversation that was being had about trails. Did I understand correctly that there's a plan to bring back proposed trail locations? And I guess the second part of that question is, have we actually fully resolved the question of the conflict between the active transportation plan trails and the trails delineated in the master plan?
Councilmember Marr, those deviations that are not shown in the current draft plan published online relative to the ATP, we do plan to make those adjustments and adhere the proposed Fairview Park Master Plan, Trail Plan to the ATP plan. That's particularly the segment of the proposed path along the Fairview Channel on the east side of Fairview Park. So that's the main segment that was missing from our proposed trails plan, that we would reinstate that segment when we present this back for final adoption. There's a couple other additional segments that we've identified as likely to be necessary relative to the original, or the 2008 plan.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think if we vote on this tonight, I would like to bifurcate the trails discussion specifically. It would be helpful. I was trying to look at Google Earth earlier. I walked it last week. It would be helpful for me to slightly better understand what we're proposing, both in the context of ATP, and then also the path to and from the platform. I don't feel like I've got a good enough grasp at this point about what the future state of the trail system will look like. So that's and I think that actually gets to my larger point, which is my understanding. We will vote on this. It will go through CEQA, but in order to do anything that looks like putting down a planked walkway or building additional infrastructure on the east side of the park to accommodate HSS, all of those things have to come back to a vote if there's any dollar amounts associated with them. This is not a blanket approval of further infrastructure investment or anything else. And I say that in the context of the 2008 plan, which called for a lot of these things, many of which we never did. So, and Carol, city manager, I think that's right. If we're going to spend more money to enact the recommendations in the master plan, those all come back as separate items, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think much of this is fairly clear cut for me, regardless of how much I identify with many of the folks who fly regularly, as much as I too am passionate about aviation and majored in it in college, and think it's really important that we have opportunities to teach kids how to fly. I think the decision before us is pretty cut and dry based on the recommendations we received from our consultants, based on our legal obligations to protect endangered species. I just don't know that we have a lot of wiggle room as I understand the law and understand the biology that's been presented to us. That's it. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, council member. I've got a lot of things to say, but I think that in response to one of the things that Councilmember Marr said, when I was out, since our last meeting, a couple times I've been out there, one time with staff, a couple times with the public, and I thought it would be an interesting idea at some point in time to do a actual Brown Act meeting out there. We bring the council out there, we walk the park, we talk, you know, we notice it, the public can come out, and we really get to understand what's out there. Because one thing I can say for sure, and we can all say, we've never been out there together, right? I go out there all the time for various reasons, for my own recreation, and also for the purpose of doing my homework for this particular project. So I would propose that we do that at some point in time, no matter what the vote is here, you know? And then in terms of my comments, I do have a lot of comments, so I hope everybody bears with me. And of all the, so far of the people who spoke, I feel more aligned with Councilmember Bewley, and I want to explain why, okay? So I honor and appreciate the work that the consultants have done, and certainly staff. I also honor and appreciate all the input we got from the public, because the different acts, the act of writing an email, I mean, these are emails, these are not like signing a petition. The act of sitting down on your computer, finding out where to send the email, writing words on the page. This was not a cut and paste thing. People typed in the words, they pushed send. Whether they were for or against the master plan, that's a gesture. And I knew a lot of those people that that sent us emails, and I appreciate that. And then obviously all the people who came and spoke to us, it's a gesture to get off on a Tuesday night, especially it was a long meeting, and so many people came and spoke, and I'm very appreciative of that. And the people that spoke on Zoom, and I honor their engagement. We always talk about engagement, and you know, you can do a lot of engagement. We talk about it in our projects, but there's nothing like a good old-fashioned city council meeting to get some real engagement, and I appreciate that. So I did do what I call a drill down. I do this about every couple years on this, and I really dug in to the history, and I lived a lot of this history, and I'll explain when I did. I read numerous times the 2008 master plan, and I read numerous times the proposed master plan, and I want to. There was a period of time, of course, in the late 90s and mid 2000s where the community was very active and the council was very active in doing this planning. We came up with the 2008 master plan. Our body did. We didn't do it, but the body up here did it, our predecessors. And then there was a period of time that went, and back then we had a thing called the Fairview Park Citizens Advisory Committee. And if you go to Fairview Park, right as you're walking up to the, if you're interested, as you're walking up to the picnic area, you'll see a plaque, and it has the names of the people that were on the Fairview Park Citizens Advisory Committee. And you'll recognize some of those names. Many of them are deceased, unfortunately, but I appreciate their input too. And then came along about 2013. And a couple things happened in 2013. It was very significant for Fairview Park. We had an episode. It was called, we'll call it the DG Path episode, where the staff and some volunteers basically created a decomposed granite path over one of the vernal pools. And that triggered some attention of the regulators, and there was some threats and procedures that went along with that. And then right around that same time, 2013, again, we had a different body. It was composed of we had 5 council members, and they reinstituted, by this time the Fairview Park Citizens Advisory Committee had been disbanded, and they reinstituted the Fairview Park Citizens Advisory Committee to look at the master plan. And I like I found, by the way, I read every single minute of that committee. Every minute of that committee I read. And there's a slide I want to share with everybody. Can we share that slide? These are some of the things they were considering doing. And if you see here, it's interesting. If you look at the third bullet, baseball and softball facilities in the southeast and southwest quadrant, and soccer and football fields, multi-use athletic fields. So that got people's attention. And there's skate park. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Handball courts, basketball, things that we wouldn't even dream of for reasons I'll get to in a second. Expanded concert areas, build a train track, nature center, archery. We want an archery, look at archery out there, running courses, all these activities, very active, very organized activities. And so I read all those minutes, and they were talking about all of those things. And some of the things were tabled for further discussion, but they were talking about in those minutes about how we needed lighted fields. And in the city of Costa Mesa, there were kids that needed to play, and they thought a good place for them to play would be Fairview Park. And so the citizens and the council were seriously considering putting these activities in Fairview Park. That committee lasted from 2013 and 2014, and then it was disbanded in 2015. So now we're up in the chronology to 2015. A group of citizens got together and they had a ballot measure called AA. And in that ballot measure, what they were trying to do is take the power away from the council and lock in Fairview Park the way it was, the way it is. And they figure, you know, in the Goldilocks parlance, they said, Fairview Park at 2008 master plan was just right. That's what we wanted. So in fact, if you look at the text of Measure AA, there's a lot of interesting things in there. Number 6 in the declaration says, and I'll read this one, Fairview Park is a passive park developed to promote activities such as walking, hiking, jogging, running, bicycling, glider flying, kite flying, dog walking, picnicking, small group activity, physical activities, and similar use. All of these words were intentional. And it's interesting, there are a lot of people that we all know, and some of them are deceased, but that signed the argument in favor or the rebuttal against the argument against Measure AA. I mean, we heard in from Andy Campbell. He came up and talked to us at our last public hearing. Larry Corter, he signed the Dick Marin, who's deceased, Katrina Foley, who we know, Sandy Guinness, who's a former member of this body. And then you even get to Kelly Siegel, who sent us an email. John Stevens, a humble business owner and an attorney, not on the council yet, but running for council, aspiring to be on council. Jay Humphrey, he's sitting right here, in the Terry Welsh, Jack Ross, who's deceased. We all know Terry Welsh from his efforts to protect Banning Ranch. So we all got together and we said, listen, we want Fairview Park to not have these activities that are on the screen. We want it to, we want to embed and lock in the Fairview Park master plan defined as the 2008 master plan. So because of that, and you'll remember at the hearing, at the last hearing, I held this plan up and I said, are we replacing it or are we amending it? So I have some serious heartburn, as I think was expressed by Councilmember Bewley, from saying, we're gonna scrap the 2008 master plan, right? I would feel much more comfortable if we amended it, okay? But here's the important thing. Numerous times in the 2008 Fairview Park master plan, it makes reference to glider flying. And it says there are 2 types of model glider airplane launches in use in Fairview Park. I'm reading for page 33. Electric motor launch operations, which take place in the morning when winds tend to be calm, and bluff launches, which take place in the afternoon when the prevailing winds create strong updraft at the bluff. Both operations are planned to be retained and provided for in the park, right? And there are about 4 other references that specifically say in the 2008 master plan, which was incorporated into AA, gliders and planes should be there. Okay, so it passes by 70% of the vote. I contend, the world will never know, that if we didn't have that language in AA and we didn't preserve those human activities in AA, it would not have passed. And what would have happened if it didn't pass? You're looking at it. We would have had a council that would have had free reign to create ball fields out there. We'd be playing flag football fields right now, flag football games on Fairview Park. So 2017 rolls around, it passes. The 2017, March 22nd, 2017, I seconded the motion to create the Fairview Park Steering Committee. I watched that meeting since our last meeting. The purpose of the Fairview Park Steering Committee was to implement the 2008 plan and enforce Measure AA, right? And I talked about that during the meeting, and I said, isn't it a little weird that we're having a group of citizens enforce a law and give us advice on whether the law is being complied with? And there was some discussion on it. Anyway, it passed by a 3-2 vote. I seconded the motion, and it won by 1 vote. So the Fairview Park Steering Committee goes off, and then what happens? 2016 to 2020, we're flying planes. We're not just flying gliders, we're flying motorized planes, we're flying drones 7 days a week, dawn to dusk. And then in 2020, there was a significant event that we all lived through, the pandemic. The entire park was shut down, and then for some reason, we decided, okay, that use that has been going on for, at that time, some 55 years, maybe we don't want it anymore. And then we had our discussion. Now this is the body, apart from Council Members Bewley and Pettis, that voted on this. And Councilmember Marr, I think, came up with a really good compromise. I actually didn't vote for it, but I voted for it the second time when it came up in 2023, and we had this system that we put together where they could only go out there, only gliders, silent gliders, and only 2 times a month for 4 hours at the current site, the site they've been on since. Some could argue 61 years, some say it was 20 years. It's been a long time. And it's worked, I think, pretty well. I mean, you know, you can argue that maybe we should mow more frequently their runway or their landing strip. We could quibble around the edges, but in the main, it's done pretty well. We did create a requirement for an annual report to the City Council in our vote. I don't remember ever seeing that, but that's okay. I'm not going to quibble with that. So it really is difficult for me to say we're going, under these circumstances with this history, to say we're going to make any major changes to Fairview Park, including, but not limited to, the gliders, okay? I think we've limited them a lot. And I would also include in that the little berms where, bumps and berms where the BMX bikes are. I think those are a very good use. But the other thing is, I happen to, for reasons that Councilmember Marr said, for sure, aviation, education, but I happen to think that the gliders are a great activity, and I've observed them many, many times. And as I said, I listened very carefully, and I appreciate very much all of the testimony. The guy that really got me was Caleb. When he said he can't wait, he can't sleep on Friday night because he wants to go to be in the gliders. We have to have a place for that. We have to have a place. And I don't know Caleb, but it just seemed to me like he's probably not a baseball player or football player or soccer player. He deserves a place to recreate in Costa Mesa. So I don't think I ask these questions for a reason. I don't think there's a take. I don't think there's an incidental take. I think if you read, as a lawyer, I read very carefully the language of every letter I read. I read that there was a recommendation made in the September and the November letters. I don't think that we're violating, there's no take, in my opinion. There's no evidence of a take. And I don't think any action will be taken against us by any regulators if we just do as Bewley suggested and just chill out and maybe amend the 2008 master plan in some form and fashion. There are some problems out there. I would consider enforcing dogs off leash. I would consider either banning or limiting e-bike or motorized bikes out there if that's not already done. I would consider additional enforcement mechanisms such as drones and cameras and signs and of course the fair under AA we can't increase the concerts in the park. I love the idea of boardwalks. You know, there's many things we could possibly do, but I think that those should be done not by replacing the 2008 master plan, which the voters have embedded in a voter-created measure. That's important. AA was not put on the ballot by the city council. The voters signed petitions to get that on, and I walked door to door and got those petitions, and I signed it. And as I said earlier, I signed on to the ballot argument. So I take it personally. I do not want to replace the 2008 master plan. I like it. I think it's a good document. It's 71 pages, 72 pages of rich text, very well thought out. And if we can improve it, great. Let's improve it. But to replace it, I will not be voting for that. That's what I have to say. Now, does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll take a stab at it.
Okay.
Let me find the. Okay. Yeah. No, it's direction, not adoption. So, right, we're not looking to adopt a plan right now. So, yeah, I move that we move forward with the draft plan, with bringing the trails map into consistency with the active transportation plan. Oops, lost my notes here. I'm going to throw out with the fly field in either location, so existing location and or I guess the new proposed location for the purpose of getting the CEQA analysis on that. And then I have a few specific changes related to the tribal work where the plan discusses interpretive programming, explicitly include collaboration and coordination with the tribes, where we mention multilingual signage, include incorporation of tribal languages if and as supported by the tribes. And on page 65, which is the section on cultural and restoration, I think that's a little off, in adding a recommendation that is to establish ongoing communication and collaboration with the tribal advisory group.
Second.
Okay, you wish to be heard on your motion?
Yeah, let me ask a procedural question first. I am interested in sort of additional action related to the tribal advisory group, but that's separate from moving the plan forward. So I'd like to do that separately. Is that appropriate, or do I need to include them all?
No, you can make that as a separate motion.
You know what, let me just include it and see what that happens. I don't know if, so I appreciated the, one of the responses to the comments saying the tribal advisory group was intended to start a conversation. I've really learned a lot through that process and through my work on the Randall Advisory Committee. So I'd like to add as a separate action to direct staff to continue engagement with the tribal advisory group and bring back a proposal for council for ongoing relations with tribal governments, obviously those associated with Fairview Park, engagement for interpretive signage and other park programming, site access and use, and then and other recommendations prioritized by the tribes. So that's to bring back a proposal so that we can get specific requests from them. Does the
Second, Grace.
Okay. Okay, yeah, and I'll comment on that. And I appreciate the process. First, I really appreciate the motion made at the last meeting to continue and let us sort of digest all of the feedback and all of the comments to respond to Councilmember Pettis. Certainly my intent was not meant to poo-poo anyone's comments. It was, I had intended to communicate sort of a reminder of all of the different public engagement and the fact that there is misinformation, and I agree. We heard evidence that happens on all sides, and that's the challenge, I think, in the late stages of the process when there's a lot of sort of frenetic responses. So apologies if it came across that way. That's certainly not my intent. The reason for my motion, and I hope it's supported, is I do, as I think other council members here have all shared, really appreciate the incredible amount of work, both on the sort of expert side in terms of the paleontological research, the biological research, but also the community engagement. As liaison to the Fairview Park Steering Committee, I got to witness many very, very thoughtful discussions, trying to find ways to balance, try to get it all, right? How do we balance these resources? I know staff has spent an incredible amount of time, lots of different potential solutions to keep all uses. And this plan does reflect, and the motion does reflect, actually keeping all existing uses on site while responding to feedback from the agencies, while responding to the different research that has happened. The fact that there are endangered and protected and sensitive species here, which is really special. And a part that is I think especially important to me, while honoring the feedback from the tribal advisory group, which is something that was unique. We very intentionally added that into our RFP to initiate a ongoing conversation and real relationships with the tribes for whom this land is extremely important and sacred. So I think the plan reflects a really nice balance. I think, yes, I don't see this as a conflict with AA. I see this as a continuation for AA, a really thoughtful community-based approach to manage Fairview Park as the asset, the very, very important asset it is on a variety of fronts. I think, this council has experience undoing other measures. So, I mean, we undid Measure Y, and I think for good reason, right? We learned new information. I think this plan is incorporating new information both on the biological side. I think it's additional public input, and also on the tribal side. So for those reasons, I'm hoping that we move forward with this process. As Councilmember Marr clarified in her comments, specific actions will still go through a process of council deliberation and the CIP process and so on if that moves forward. But I'm proud of the plan. I'm proud of the balance that I think it strikes. Oh, and I'll explain the reason I suggested moving forward with the fly field in both locations is so we get the feedback from the CEQA process on what would be the necessary mitigation measures for each of those, and then council would be able to make that decision once we get that feedback.
Councilmember Mar, do you wish to be heard as the second?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay.
Would now be a time for a substitute motion, but
Yeah, I was going to make one. You want to make one?
I'll take a stab at it.
You take a stab at it, yeah.
My motion, I'll speak to it if I get a second, would be not to amend and restate the 2008 with the current proposed plan, but rather amend the 2008 plan as it currently exists to include items 8, 16, 18, 19, 24, and 25. And the reason I specifically selected those, when we look at the attachment 2, those are items that were either excluded or not addressed in any way, shape, or form in the 2008 plan, and I'll tick off what they are if I get a second.
I'll second, but can you go over the numbers again?
Sure. 8, 16, 18, 19, 24, and 25.
16, 18, 19,
24,
24,
and 25. And if I get a
Okay.
second, then I'll...
I got it. I seconded it.
Okay. So here's my thought on this. Again, for the reasons that I stated previously, and I think the mayor commented on it, my concern is if we amend or if we adopt the proposed drafted plan and it comes an amended, restated, and I'm cognizant of what my fellow council members stated that, well, once we get through the next process, it'll just come before us and each item on an item-by-item basis we can address. And my understanding is that process makes sense as to appropriation of funds. But if this plan goes forward as stated and it's amended and restated, telling people no and prohibiting activities aren't going to be coming before us. So I want to prevent that contingency from happening. And then when I look through these 25 items, specifically the glaring one that I don't comment on that was number 7, which was the airfield. So we're just going to leave that alone. But the ones that I would, I think we should take a look at in amending. 8, provide for a potential native plant growing space. That makes sense. 16, adopt the maintenance operations, obviously. 18, provide continuing opportunities for tribal coordination. Let's not let that outreach that has taken place go to waste. I don't think it was prohibited in the 2008 plan. We should amend the current plan to make sure that that's accounted for. 19, provide an ADA accessible pathway. That was probably going to be required anyway, so we should amend it to make sure that's dealt with. 24, incorporate a native pollinator area. That doesn't seem to be prohibited in the 2008 plan, and it makes sense given our goals to preserve and maintain. And then obviously 25, to consider renaming it. So again, my motion would be to amend the existing plan limited to those specific items, and that's my motion.
Yeah, I seconded it. I've said enough, a lot, but I just wanted to comment on one thing, respectfully, of course, is one of the things that Councilmember Reynolds said just recently is, we did undo a measure. Measure Y. The thing is, we didn't do it. The voters did it. We put it on the ballot, right? So that we're not suggesting that we put anything on the ballot. We have time. If anybody wants to put something on the ballot, we're going to be talking about 2 ballot measures later. But I just wanted to address that one point that was made by Councilmember Reynolds. As for the rest of it, I think I've said my piece. Councilmember
Mr. Mayor?
Gamaros. Yes,
Can I just ask a question?
sure.
So by simply amending the 2008 report, we're discarding any new biological research and surveys. How are we reconciling the fact that we're just amending old data when we have new data?
I guess that's a question for the maker of the motion.
Yeah, here's how is my mic on? Not being that familiar with the process, but here's how logically it makes sense to me. We've got all this new data, or maybe we want to go out and gather more data. We've got a steering committee in place. As we get that new data, if it motivates us to act within the current plan, because we've obtained this information, the steering committee makes that suggestion to council. It's within the plan. Well, what struck me with this entire process is we've had all the tools in place to start implementing these things. So do research, do data. Somebody bring a motion to allocate funds to engage in this. And if it discloses and discovers some new information that justifies a CIP further allocation to implement something, we do it. Am I completely off base with that? But doesn't mean that this research and the data goes to waste. It's there and we can act on it. And it seems that it's already within the parameters of the 2008 plan because it already mentions these types of activities.
Also, the thing that struck me, just to kind of pick up on that, is, a lot of the things that are talked about in the new master plan are talked about in the 2008 master plan, and I'm focusing, for example, on the fill, the fill that is over the ancient ruins and to try to create a cap, but in fact it's toxic and we got to move it and everything like that. It's like, well, that was in the 2008 master plan and it's still out there, and what struck me is just a philosophy of government, and I'm not being critical really of anybody. Please don't take this the wrong way, but I mean, it's like there's so many things that are in the 2008 master plan that we could have been implementing all these years. And here, all these years later, we're planning, we're redoing the plan and the fill's still there, So, I mean, I really don't, I agree with Councilmember Bewley. It's like, it's great to have the other information. We have it, but, I don't want to mess with the plan too much, as I've said at some length tonight. You want to be heard, Councilmember Gamaros?
Yeah, I have questions. We jumped from Councilmember Arliss's motion to Councilmember Bewley's. In between the two of those things, kind of one of them says, the first one was like, let's move the flying field. Councilmember Bewley doesn't want to move the flying field. So I guess I have to ask a question before the motion is made. In item 6 of attachment 2, the last sentence in there says, staff is working with the Model Flying Club to identify a potential alternative flying sites, plural, for the activity. Can't we just identify the east side of the park if we are going to move them and look at what would it take to get them over there, and will it trigger an AA? Like, can we just include that? That's, I guess, look, I'm gonna make a substitute motion if I can. Can I do that?
You
I'm
can.
sorry,
You can only make a. You can request friendly amendments to either motion. I don't think you can do a substitute motion once a substitute is in there. But let's hear from our city attorney as to what your options are.
Yes, once a substitute motion is on the floor, a new motion cannot be made. You can ask for a friendly amendment to the pending motion.
Can I ask for a friendly amendment to the motion?
Can I ask? Let me hear what it is.
So I'm not disagreeing with anything that was asked for in the second motion. I just want to include that we can identify the idea of moving the flying field as long as we can come to an agreement on it to the east side. And that would mean getting with the Harbor Soaring Society mostly, and also making sure that we're not going to trigger an AA thing with moving them over there. I don't see why they would need much more than they already have, other than what the mayor said earlier was we can use the language that was drawn up in '08 that basically says they're allowed electric motors. I mean, it's going to be hard to glide over there. There's nothing over there, and I agree with everything else. Just the only thing is I would like to try and make a provision that doesn't have this flying field activity that's being so intrusive. If you don't want to agree to it, that's fine with me, but I would like to at least look into it and entertain what that could happen. And not multiple sites, one site, the east side, that's it. So that's my ask.
And I appreciate it, and I appreciate it in the intent in which you conveyed it. I just think that trying to thread that needle and wordsmith that is just going to create too many problems. I would hope that going forward, since I've started this process, it sounds like you guys were flying planes and motors and gliders and 7 days a week, now 2 days a week, gliders only. They seem to have been workable. I would like to think once we get this settled, the lines of communication will continue to be open, and soft pressure or whatever may be applied to get an accommodation. But so anyway, I appreciate your request, and I do appreciate your sentiment and what you're trying to achieve, but I would just keep my motion as stated.
Okay.
Councilmember Gameros.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure, because I clarify my motion. Okay, so the original motion is to move forward with the draft Fairview plan presented to us by staff that they've been working on for multiple years, which does include that recommendation to move the fly field to the east side. I had included in my motion to include in the analysis also keeping the fly field where it is, so that we would get sort of feedback through the CEQA process so we can sort of weigh the challenges in mitigating both. If your goal is to move it to the east side, I'd be willing to amend my motion to support that, if the second concurs.
Just a procedural point, I think we need to vote on the substitute motion before you make amendments to the original motion.
I offered to make one. I didn't make one.
I know. I'm just.
But I mean, this is the right I think healthy process of us trying to come up with a solution that addresses people's concerns. Yeah.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. And I'm liking this conversation. I like that we're all kind of mulling over and trying to find the best thing for our community. I just want to share my thoughts before we vote. Obviously, we need to vote on the motion made by Councilmember Bewley first, and the mayor seconded. I will not be supporting their motion. I think Councilmember Reynolds' motion was the right motion. I mentioned that there was two things that were really critical to me. One was ensuring the fly field stays in the park in a location where it's not potentially impacting protected species, AKA the east side of the park, and her motion allows us to do that. So for that reason, I'm not supporting the substitute motion by Councilmember Bewley, and will be voting for Councilmember Reynolds' motion.
Okay. So can we do a voice vote on the substitute motion?
Here we go. Councilmember Pettis?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
No.
Councilmember Gameros? No. Councilmember Mar?
No.
Councilmember Bewley? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
No.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion fails 4-3, with council members Reynolds, Chavez, Gameros, and Mar voting no.
Now, the original motion is back on the floor, and you may make friendly amendments as appropriate.
Can I ask that the motion maker please restate the motion?
Sure. Oops. Let's see. Okay. There were several things. So moving forward with the draft plan as presented by staff with the following changes. Modify the trail plan to be consistent with the active transportation plan. I'm going to add speed limits for biking. On page 65, where there are recommendations related to tribal consultation, we would add a recommendation to establish ongoing communication and collaboration with the Native tribes. On the discussions related to an interpretive program, add that we would do that in collaboration and coordination with the tribal advisory group, and that any multilingual signage would incorporate tribal language if and as supported by the tribal advisory group. And the original motion was to analyze the plan with the fly field in the current location and the new location, or the new location. But Gameros, given your comments, I would be happy to amend the motion to go with the draft plan recommendation, which is to move the fly field to the east side.
Okay, yes.
So I'm amending the original motion as restated to include 10-mile-an-hour speed limits on bike trails and moving the fly field to the east side.
Second concurs.
Okay. If there's nothing more to say, let's call for the question.
Councilmember Pettis?
No.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros? Yes. Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Bewley? No. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
No.
Motion carries 4-3 with Councilmembers Pettis and Bewley voting no and Mayor Stevens voting no.
All right. Thanks,
Mayor.
everybody.
Mayor,
Yes.
sorry. In my restatement of the motion, I forgot the second piece. So I'd like to make a separate motion. And this is separate from the draft plan. This was a motion to direct staff to re-engage with the tribal advisory group to develop a proposal, to bring back a proposal to council on ongoing relations with our tribal governments, engagement for interpretive signage and other park programs, site access and use, and other recommendations from the tribal advisory group.
Second. Okay. Should we call for the question on voice vote? This is a separate motion.
Yes, I got it. All right. Councilmember Pettis? No. Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Councilmember Gameros? Yes. Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Bewley?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Pettis voting no.
Okay. All right. Everything's okay, squared away on Fairview Park? We can move on to the next thing. Does anybody need, you need a break, or should we just keep powering through?
Power through, man. Power through.
Power through. Let's do new business item number 1. Thank you, everybody, for your work on that.
Item number 1 is amendment to memorandum of understanding with the City of Newport Beach for use of beds at the Costa Mesa Bridge Shelter. And the staff presentation will be by Mr. Robbins, Neighborhood Improvement Manager.
All right. So, ready to go?
Ready.
Mr. Robbins, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, members of council, the item before you tonight is an amendment to the MOU with the City of Newport Beach for use of beds at the Bridge Shelter. As you all are well aware, back in December of 2020, the city executed an MOU with the City of Newport Beach for exclusive access to up to 20 beds at the Costa Mesa Bridge Shelter. And then just about 3 years later, on July 1st of 2023, the city executed amendment number 1 to that MOU, giving Newport Beach additional access, exclusive access to 5 additional beds, bringing their total to 25. And also including a provision to give them access to 5 additional beds as available, or what we call per diem beds. The MOU also included annual cost increases based on the changes in the CPI for the preceding 12 months. The shelter beds by the numbers, this slide shows you Newport Beach's shelter bed utilization over the past 60 days from September 27th through November 25th. Their average bed utilization was between 16 and 17 beds. The proposed terms of the amendment number 2 to the MOU would bifurcate the term. It would have an initial term that would begin upon execution and the expiration of the current MOU, which is December 16th of 2025. And that initial term would expire on June 30th of 2026. That initial term would reduce Newport Beach's access to by 5 beds to only 20 instead of 25. But they would still have access to the 5 additional per diem beds as available. The secondary term would begin upon termination of the initial term, which would be July 1st, 2026. And then that would expire on December 31st, 2026. That term would eliminate Newport Beach's exclusive access to beds at the Bridge Shelter altogether. And it would turn their access to as available per diem only at a cost to be determined at a later date. And the reason for that is my team's going through 2 RFPs for shelter operations and kitchen operations, so we don't yet know what the annual cost to operate the shelter is going to be. So once that cost is determined, we can determine the per bed per day rate, which would be what Newport Beach would pay us, again, as available only. And just to reiterate, on December 31st, 2026, their access to beds would cease completely at the Bridge Shelter. They would no longer have access to beds at the shelter. Just some financial impact numbers for you all to consider. The reduction that this MOU is asking for would increase Newport Beach's annual cost per bed from what they're currently paying, which is $54,369 to $59,494, an increase of just over $5,000 per bed per year. It would increase their daily cost per bed from $148.96 to $163 even, which is $1,404 more per bed per day. But because of the reduction in beds, it would reduce their annual payment from $1.35 million to $1.189 million, which is a reduction of just under $170,000 over a year. And so staff's recommendation is to have the council approve amendment number 2 to the MOU with the City of Newport Beach, reducing their allocation of beds at the Costa Mesa Bridge Shelter from 25 to 20 and adjusting their associated costs accordingly. That concludes the presentation. I can answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Any questions, council? Yes, Councilmember Bewley.
Thanks, staff, and thank Nate for putting that together. Just a couple questions for informational purposes. Does loss of these Newport beds cause us to operate the facility at a loss?
Technically, because the city pays for the operation of the shelter for 75 of our own clients, we're always going to be at a loss. We don't receive grant funding or other subsidies that would bring us above the red to care for our own folks. So the reduction in the beds in and of itself would give us an additional 5 beds to use. So yes, technically, as the last financial impact slide said, it would reduce our incoming dollars by about $170,000, which would add to the current deficit that we're paying to care for our own residents at the shelter, again, for which we don't receive additional funding.
Okay. I thought I had heard someplace that as our occupancy rate goes up or goes down, we have the ability to adjust staffing and do things to minimize the operational cost. Did I misunderstand that?
I'm sorry, let me go ahead and interject here. With the city's bridge shelter operations, there's a lot of costs we have that we cannot reduce regardless of the number of beds. Our consulting costs, for example, that's a set dollar amount. They provide services. We also have full-time staff that we would not be able to realign because they're permanent full-time staff. So yes, and in essence, the city would be losing revenues to offset the expenses that we would continue to incur regardless of the City of Newport Beach's number of beds.
Okay. And then our business model, for lack of a better term, there is when we enter into a contract like that, such as this with Newport, it's just a dollar for dollar recoup what our operating costs are. Is that typically how the numbers work? Or do we try to charge them a premium for taking some of their homeless burdens?
We do charge them administrative overhead costs. So it would be an additional amount over our normal operating costs for their number of beds that they have. However, but because they're now reducing the number of beds, we are going to experience a financial loss.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm thinking go forward. As Costa Mesa, we were in this situation where Newport was entering into an agreement with us so we could assist them. I'm using careful language here with their homeless problem. And are we just trying to break even when we enter into that type of a contract, or is there any legal prohibition if we benefit our neighbors by taking over their burden, charging them a premium? Are we prohibited from just recouping our cost, or is that just a negotiation position between us and any city?
That would just be a negotiation position.
Okay. All right, thanks. Those are all my questions.
Any other questions, council? Hold on one second. Councilmember Reynolds.
I have a quick one. Mr. Robbins, we have here, so at the end of the term, we say in the staff report, any clients unable to be relocated will be transported back to Newport Beach. I thought like that could get sticky, right? I'm not sure if we just drive folks into in a van and drop them off at City Hall. I'm not sure what that process is. And I didn't see any specific language to that in the contract. Can you, I don't know if you've had a conversation of what that might look like. Obviously, the goal is that, everyone's been housed at that point and there is no one else, but there's the possibility that there's 15 or 20 people still in the shelter at the end of the term. I think it would be valuable to spell out in the contract what that looks like. I don't know what that should look like or what language should be. So can you just describe sort of ideally how that process works?
Yeah, sure. So I'm very highly confident that we'll be able to relocate over 90% of the people that are in there. If they have, even if they had their full 20 people in there, I can almost guarantee we'll get at least 18 of them relocated to other shelters or other housing options. For the folks that aren't able to be relocated to another shelter, Newport Beach has a contracted outreach provider in PATH who does motel vouchers, so they wouldn't be transported back without collaborating fully with the city of Newport Beach and PATH and their outreach providers to ensure that folks have a soft place to land. Again, we wouldn't just drop them off at the Civic Center and wish them well. There would be a full plan for that would be implemented. But again, I think over 90% of the folks are going to be able to be transitioned to another shelter or another housing option before the July 1 date comes on. There's also a plan to begin to taper down intakes. So it's not like we're going to start on June 15th to be moving folks out. We're going to start that process in April and May, and then they're going to stop sending us folks probably on like June 1st, so that whoever's, it's not like they're going to bring us somebody on June 29th and we're going to have a day to relocate them. We're going to have several months to implement the plan that we'll have with Newport Beach and their outreach provider.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll appreciate that. 7 years on council now, I always want to protect for the unexpected things in our contracts. So I'll ask maybe the city attorney to think of some language. It may be as simple as City of Newport Beach is responsible for relocating any clients who remain in the shelter at the end of the MOU. But I think that would be something important to add. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions for the city manager. So the first one I want to ask is, and mainly I'm responding to something that's I've seen online. Some folks have concerns. They feel like we're in a bad situation because Newport Beach is going to leave us as a partner. You don't need to name any names, but are there other cities interested in partnering on a shelter?
Yes, we've been approached by another nearby city regarding the availability of shelter beds, and we're currently working with them to develop an agreement for their use of the shelter beds that Newport Beach no longer needs, and likely bringing forward to council in the near future a multi-year contract with that adjacent agency.
Awesome, thank you. And my last question, it relates to, well, it definitely impacts this, but in years prior, I recall us getting money from the state of California to help pay for the shelter. And I realized recently we haven't had that come in. Do you know why, or is there a reason why we haven't seen that money come to our city?
Yes, we, for a period of time, had been receiving an allocation from the state, permanent local housing allocation fund. Because the city does not have a certified housing element, we are not eligible for those funds until our housing element is certified. So that funding from the state has been held in abeyance for the last 2 years.
Got it. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to mention how not having a certified housing element is making us pay more for our homeless shelter. But anyways, I'm happy to hear we have someone else, someone in the city working with us to get our beds. And that's all my questions. Thank you.
I don't see any more lights, so let's open it up to the public. I don't see anybody coming up. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I want to move staff recommendation.
I'll second that. Okay, you have anything further to say?
Look, I'll just say this. I want to thank Newport Beach for being our partner for so many years. The mayor can share if you ask. He worked extensively with the council members to work on this agreement. They've been a good partner for as long as they were able to be partner with us. And while I'm sad to see them go, I am relieved to know that we have someone else in the banks waiting to join with us on the shelter. I have nothing but nice things to say about Newport Beach in this process, and I look forward and support them and hope wish them the best with whatever they do with their homeless problems.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm not going to go too far down memory lane, but I think it's important to note that Newport Beach has not only paid their rent, if you will, per bed, but they also were instrumental in funding the tenant improvements that allows the shelter to be what it is today. So thank you to Newport Beach. Thank you for the next, continuing the next term, and good luck to Newport Beach. They're an important partner. Anybody else? Yes.
Yeah. Would the maker of the motion consider adding language? I'm going to let the city attorney give some suggested language.
Yes. I mean, I don't know what it is yet, but
Yeah, so I would propose just adding another sentence or section that would read, the city of Newport Beach shall be responsible for housing or relocating any Newport Beach residents who remain at the shelter at the conclusion of this agreement.
I say yes.
Agreed. Okay. If there's nothing else, let's call for the question. We don't need to do a voice vote, right? Because Councilmember Marr is no longer on Zoom. Can we just push our buttons?
Hold on.
May we?
We're close. Let me see.
I push my button. Everybody's voting. Okay. Yeah, no, she's off.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yes, motion carries 6-0.
Good job. Good job, council. Good job, staff. Thank you, Nate. I mean, Mr. Robbins. Okay, new business item number 2.
Provide directions to staff to explore 2 city ballot initiatives pertaining to transient occupancy tax and business license tax. And staff presentation by Ms. Molina, Finance Director.
Director Molina, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members. Before you tonight is consideration of moving forward with utilizing staff time to review 2 potential ballot measures, our hotel tax and our business license tax. With me tonight is Finance Officer Peter, who will be going back and forth on the presentation tonight. Peter?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. We'll quickly run through this. This is, as Finance Director Molina mentioned, just regarding potential ballot measures for November of next year, 2026. It's an opportunity for us to explore 2 opportunities, one with the transient occupancy tax, also known as hotel tax or TOT, and the business license tax. The transit TOT or transit occupancy tax, is what a short-term guest will pay at a hotel and is collected there. It's been in place since 1978, and the original rate was at 6%. We've had rate increases presented in the past, and in 2010, Measure L was approved, and the rate was increased from 6% to 8%. And we are currently still at 8%. And in 2018 was the last time FIPAC actually did recommend an increase in the TOT rate from 8% to 10%. However, no action was taken at that time. This is a quick snapshot of some of the nearby or neighboring cities, their TOT rates, and where Costa Mesa stacks against those neighboring cities.
So just to interject here, just to give the council a gauge of each 1% of TOT tax generates a little bit under $1 million a year. This is also a general tax. In essence, it is to be utilized in the general fund, unrestricted purposes for public services.
Moving on to the business license tax, that's been in place since April of 1985. It's done on a gross revenue basis for the city of Costa Mesa. The 2 typical methodologies are either based on gross revenues or number of employees. Costa Mesa uses a gross revenue basis, and our business license tax ranges from a minimum of $25 to a maximum of $200. This is another quick snapshot of how Costa Mesa business license tax compares to other neighboring cities, doing the best, roughly to estimate what those taxes look like, given the different methodologies and different ranges of gross revenues that can be used. But this is a general indication, and below it is just a small comparison showing with number of employees, just to have a relative absolute basis between the business license tax of Costa Mesa and those cities as well.
So just to put things into perspective a little bit, business license taxes are structured a little bit differently in some different cities. So it's difficult to gauge at this moment in time what kind of revenues we would be looking at, because it would be very much dependent on what type of a structure that the city council would be considering for a potential ballot measure. So to provide you with just a look at what we're looking at, City of Costa Mesa generates between $700,000 and $900,000 a year in business license tax, whereas the City of Anaheim generates $7.5 million on their tax. The City of Huntington Beach is approximately $3 million. Santa Ana is $17.5 million. Newport Beach is about $4.9 million. So those are
Director, is that on your slide, or are you just reading that?
I'm reading those. It's not on my slide.
Oh, okay. Can you do it again real slowly?
Sure, of course. City of Newport Beach, we're about 4.9 million. Santa Ana generates 17.5 million. Huntington Beach generates $3 million. The City of Anaheim, approximately $7.5 million. And the City of Beverly Hills, well, they're Beverly Hills, so they generate $64 million.
Those Beverly. And what do we do?
700,000.
I'm copying your notes.
Wow.
Could you beat me?
So just to kind of give you just a range, obviously it would be dependent on what type of structure, what we'd be looking at for the business license tax. City staff would recommend for small businesses not to be impacted by any type of a range. When we went to the FIPAC committee, they as well concurred with city staff on that try to minimize or have zero impact on our small businesses. All those definitions and so forth would be included in the staff time as we would look into a potential ballot measure. But as you can see here, basically, we don't generate a lot of taxes for the business license.
Right.
And just to finish up, a couple slides left, to give you here a picture of what FIPAC recommended recently in October and November. They met and put together a ad hoc committee to consider the viability of these ballot measures. And on November 12th, they unanimously approved a motion to formally request that City Council authorize city staff to work with FIPAC in a comprehensive review and analysis of both the business license tax and the TOT. And lastly, we would recommend the same, going in a comprehensive review of those two measures.
And just as a side note, it's just so that you're aware, with the ballot measures, to actually place them on the ballot in November for 2026, when and if the ballot measures before you, not tonight, it would require a supermajority of the council, which means at least 5 council members would have to vote in favor of placing the specific ballot measure on the ballot. If it's a general tax, which is what we would recommend because they're currently set up as such, it would only require 50% plus 1 voters in the November 2026 election, to kind of give you a gauge of what we'd be looking at as we go through the process, depending on city council direction tonight.
Got it.
And with that, we're open for questions.
Yes, let's go with Councilmember Bewley.
Yep, just a couple questions. State the obvious. So we're looking for ways to generate additional revenue for the city.
That's correct.
Okay. And hopefully at the same time, we're looking to get our expenses under control, and that'll be for the budgeting time coming forward. But what's before us is let's find some additional revenue.
Correct, and it's important to note that taxes would go towards public services. So in taxes, as well as most of our other revenues in the general fund, we are not allowed to make a profit. It's supposedly to fully cover our expenses.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, on the TOT, we're at 8%. It looks like our surrounding cities range 10 to 14. And it's just that research is primarily looking to, do we come in line with some of the other cities? That'll be the Not the extent of the research, but it'll be the focus of the research.
That would be one of the focuses, correct?
Okay. On the business license tax, we're at $25 up to the 25K range, and then we get as high as $200 when we go up to 500K or above, correct?
Correct.
But in order to have any appreciable impact on revenue, I would imagine that whatever research or investigation we go into, we're going to have to substantially restructure this so it's not, there's going to be more work and it's going to have a greater impact on the potential businesses that this gets applied to.
It would depend at that point, the research that would go into how much of an impact the city council would like to, take a look at. We could also look at a variety of ways. It could be, we could do phased-in approach, which we could phase in over years. We could do set dollar amounts. We could do percentages. The business license structure, there is just so many varieties that we could look at it mostly in at least 10 different ways.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thanks.
Yes, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. Is it correct, is my reading correct that we have not changed the business license tax since 1985?
That's correct.
Okay. So costs of services have gone up quite a bit since 1985,
Correct.
right? Okay, but we haven't
Significantly.
changed the cost to operate a business in the city. Yeah, okay. I'm blown away by that, by the way. This tax is almost as old as I am, older than my colleague. Okay, that's frightening. Sorry, I said that out loud. Okay, on some of the levers, are we, you talked about opportunities to phase things in. I know all of this is to be explored and discussed. I recall on some previous vote, putting in like a CPI-based escalation was not allowed. In this case, is something like that allowed?
I would have to look into that because it is a tax. There's certain restrictions around it.
Right. Okay. Okay. So you can we could build in a sort of a known phased in, but not maybe not necessarily tie it to economic changes over time.
Correct. The benefit, though, that we do have is our GAN limit. So when we do a GAN limit every year when we present the budget to you, we have this formula we're required by the California Constitution where we're not allowed to spend over an appropriations limit from the taxes that we receive. For us, it's $330 million, but we only receive 159.
Yeah. Okay. That's helpful. So, and what I'm understanding is there's lots of different structures, options on the business tax side. On the hotel tax side, it's really just 1%, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that one's pretty straightforward. It's just going to be a matter of if we want to move forward, what would be the percent that we consider?
Correct. And then we would also be engaging consultants that would specifically be working with us and provide us, and you as well, what is most likely to pass to the voters.
Sure. Okay. Okay. And then on the timing, I really appreciate the schedule, but it's a little bit vague. It just says sort of June to August is when we'd have to make a decision. What is the last day?
August, early August is the dead. Honestly, I would.
Our August calendar, so it would have to be the first meeting in August. Is the last opportunity to vote? Is that right?
That would be on specific language that you would actually place on the ballot. Yes.
Correct. So I would be coming forth a couple of times. The last absolute time that we could get to you is in August, so I could make it to the registrar of voters.
Yeah. Okay. And the reason I ask is I recall in the previous ballot measure, I think we sort of wished we might have had a few more meetings, and so thinking of how we might want to back up the schedule is important. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have just one little quick question. So I know you're going to be speaking with, I think it's next week, Travel Costa Mesa at our board meeting. Can you just give us just a very brief overview about some of the other engagement with the business community that you expect that we'll do between now and when we will vote on putting this on the ballot?
I definitely look forward to meeting with the Chamber of Commerce, South Coast Metro, obviously the South Coast Plaza, and reaching out to all of our business communities as well, depending on the business license. If the business license structure were to move forward, for the TOT would be Travel Costa Mesa and continue to work with them as well.
Right. So I'm obviously going to be there at the Travel Costa Mesa board meeting. It's just if you're doing those, maybe just let council know, Brown Act compliant, if we want to attend and listen directly to the feedback from those constituents, that might be something that some of the council members would be interested in doing.
Of course.
Thanks. Let's open it up for the public.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I think my one question that I would have is why specifically these two things, why TOT and business license taxes. In the 2024 election, there were, I think, 4 different cities that had a sales tax on the ballot. And I know, personally, I don't think I would want that, but I think it would be good to investigate that and see why. We have a different option. Irvine has a utility users tax. I also don't think I would want that, but I would want to see some information about that. In Los Angeles County, they have a specific tax on impermeable surface area, which funds stormwater improvements. And last time you saw a stormwater master plan was, I think, a couple of years ago, but I think it said we have $100 million in stormwater improvements that we should be doing. An impermeable surface fee might help fund something like that. So I think it's good to have some options that you can look at, and then you can investigate, see what you end up putting on the ballot. It'll, probably these two might be the best ones to put on there. But I think it's probably good to have some options so that you know what available avenues to increase revenue there are, and not just have these two. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. I'm going to make a motion to, for the staff recommendation to explore the placement of these 2 ballot initiatives on the November 2026 ballot, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. I think that, Councilmember Reynolds made a very salient point. We haven't increased business license tax for 40 years, and certainly costs have gone up. And, especially with the expectation of our bargaining units that we keep up with the market, and our employees that we keep up with the market. And I think that, we're lagging on the TOT, obviously lagging substantially on the business license tax. So if the community wants excellent service, then we need to have commensurate revenue to pay for that. Also, I do think in these 2 instances with TOT, it's really collected from the visitors, doesn't put our hoteliers at a disadvantage because it's going to be market. And also, on the other, it just seems like we're basically subsidizing very large businesses, which I think is not fair to the Costa Mesa taxpayers regarding the business license tax. So for all those reasons, I like this in concept. We'll see what the community says about it if my motion passes. Anything?
Can I be heard?
Oh, let's hear from Manuel first. And
Yeah, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
I had the right to
hold
speak
on,
before.
let him go.
So I think on my perception, the mayor made a lot of good comments, and I really want to kind of address the comments made by Mr. Martinez, just on why we're focusing on these 2 in particular. I think for me, when it comes to taxes, I don't like the idea of regressive taxes. In other words, I don't like the idea of taxes that really target everyday spending that usually impacts the most marginalized, more low-income folks in our community. We often talk about how there's two Costa Mesas, and quite frankly, we look at our cities, like demographics, you really see it. There's high income earners and low income earners in Costa Mesa. And I think a sales tax approach just doesn't really work. And we also see that those don't do well on ballots because most folks don't want to tax themselves more. TOT tax works because we're taxing visitors, and residents can be more comfortable taxing visitors. And looking at the chart that's given us by city staff, we're very clearly not at market. And my rules always generally be, let's be either at parity with our neighboring cities or 1% or $1 below. So I think for that regard, we're definitely in a good spot to raise our TOT tax. When it comes to our business license tax, we also, again, quite frankly, and again, Member Reynolds mentioned it, like, I'm 30 years old, I was born in 95. We've not changed this my whole lifetime, plus 10 years. It is definitely more mature than me. And I think it's time for us to update it. I do want us to be cautious, right? I'm not trying to scare our business community. We have great thriving business in Costa Mesa. I don't want there to be a sticker shock. So I'm really open to the idea of doing like a ramp up, but I'm comfortable looking at a variety of cities. I think Santa would be one to look at, Newport Beach as our neighboring cities, and Long Beach, and maybe Santa Monica because of high income retail. But I definitely don't want us to be in the higher end. I want us to be somewhere that's comparable, and I want us to incorporate our business community. It's important that they feel and understand this is not going to be a yearly thing. This is just a 40-year correction. So in that regard, I want to say thank you, staff, for this really well thought out presentation. And I look forward to hearing what you guys come back with us should we move forward with these items.
Councilmember Bewley, you wish to have the floor.
There's a substitute motion, which would just be to limit the scope of this comprehensive review to the TOT and to remove the business license tax from that review. And if I get a second, I'll speak to it.
You have the floor.
Yep. TOT makes sense for all the reasons that have been said here. I think, and there was some communication and I think once this ship leaves the station, the only way to have any substantial impact to generate revenue is to make a substantial shift in what's currently the business license tax out there. And to the extent we're recognizing any kind of a business-friendly city, I like that. And we're blessed to have South Coast Plaza. We got the Anderills. We got Schneider Electric I went out to meet with, and they're here. And as anyone who's presently following the current state of the nation, the state of companies moving out of states and into other states, it's usually taxes that is driving them out of there. And to the extent we're going to be competing with other cities, let alone other states, I just think to the extent we're not exacting the maximum amount out of our current businesses, I think that's a good thing. When you take that into comparison, I guess I'd ask Carol, what level of sales tax are being generated? I mean, the city survives on the sales tax of these businesses that are here to some degree. And anything we can do to keep them from even looking in another location is a good idea. So for that reason, I'd say let's go ahead, let's look at the TOT, but I don't think we should do anything to move the ball forward on the business license tax.
Okay.
Real quick, Mayor, just to comment on, yeah, I agree. And I'm only agreeing to this because we're agreeing to study it. But on the business tax part, I mean, if I would feel better if we were doing really well and perceived to be doing really well with business permitting and licensing in general. Right now, I think we have some work to be done on this. So going ahead and taxing them on top of it doesn't feel right to me. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Thank you very much for those comments. Okay, so that's the substitute motion. Is that substitute motion? That's to, yes. No. Sorry, I'm just counting. Yeah, okay. Substitute motion is to limit the study to the TOT. And then the underlying original motion is to accept the staff recommendation. So let's vote on the substitute motion to limit to the TOT.
Councilmember, there we go. Motion fails 4-2.
All right.
Councilmember Reynolds Gameros, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, and Mayor Stevens voting no.
So let's vote on the original motion
Okay, hold on just 1 minute.
when we're ready to go.
Mayor, can I just make a couple comments?
Sure.
We could do it before or after. Yeah, I'm going to be supporting the motion. I really appreciate and agree with the staff's recommendation, I think PIPAC's recommendation, and what's been reiterated here. But I'm not interested in impacting our small locally owned businesses, the neat coffees and so on. I think that's, really want to limit or have no impacts there. I'm really interested in seeing like understanding the specific impacts through the process as we work through different recommendations. So like a McDonald's on 19th Street in Costa Mesa, what are they paying compared to what McDonald's is paying in Santa Ana or Anaheim or so on and so forth. So I'd like to understand, or the Gucci's, Beverly Hills was on there for a reason, I'm assuming it's because of South Coast Plaza, right? Like what are they paying in Costa Mesa versus other places? I don't think, well, anyway, so the other thing is, as we go through this process, I do want it to be as transparent as possible so that, of course, businesses have an opportunity to give input, but that we and the public understand some of the decisions. So I hope that we're continuing to discuss this and getting information and giving feedback to sort of narrow down on specific proposals through council meetings or study sessions or so on. So I think for especially for a ballot measure, I think some of our lessons learned in the past, I'd be interested in this being a very public process. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I think we're ready to do the original motion. Vote on that. Are we ready?
Wait, where'd it go? It just went away.
Mine's not lit up. Do you want to do a voice vote?
You can vote now. Can
Okay.
you vote?
Not yet.
No?
Okay,
Oh,
well,
do you want to do a voice vote?
yes, I will.
Go ahead.
Oh, wait, how come it's not? Okay, it's going to allow you. Okay. Councilmember Pettis?
No.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros? Yes. Councilmember Bewley? No. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-2, with council members Pettis and Bewley voting no.
Okay. Now we're on to what is our last item. And so it's new business item number 3. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
This is employment agreement for city manager, and this will be presented by our city attorney, Ms. Hall Barlow.
All right. Ms. Hall Barlow, you have the floor.
Mayor, I'm going to leave the dais for this discussion.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
No, it's good.
No, she doesn't have to.
You don't have to?
No, she doesn't.
You don't have to. You can if you wish, whatever you feel comfortable with. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I am presenting to you the proposed agreement with Ms. Gallardo-Daly as your new city manager. The proposed agreement is for a term of 3 years, and it would include a salary of $320,000 annually, deferred compensation of $50,000 annually. The other benefit package would be the same as the city's other executives: use of a city automobile, 40 hours of executive leave, and the contract would be terminable at will, except within 90 days of any municipal election. That is a very common provision. Many cities actually have that in their municipal code. But we do not have that in our code, but that is a request that was made for this agreement. If there were termination without cause, there would be a severance payment of 1 year's base salary. Termination with cause would not require any severance payment. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I have a question in the terms of agreement, item D on page 2. The language, this is related to developing performance goals the language specifies an ad hoc committee to develop performance goals at the beginning of employment, but then council each year following. Why not council for the beginning as well? Is there, I don't recall that we had discussion on that. I don't know who could answer that. And do we have an ad hoc committee?
No.
There is not currently an ad hoc committee. I think the contemplation was that one would be formed after this. There certainly has been some discussion about expectations, but specific criteria other than what's set forth in the agreement has not been established.
Okay.
Okay.
Does anyone have objections, by the way, just a question in response to Councilmember Reynolds' comment, to say, the city manager and the ad hoc committee will make recommendations to the council?
Why don't we just say city manager and city council jointly to develop performance goals?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
Is that okay with the city manager?
Yes.
Okay. Then that amendment, we can make that amendment if we have to go through the public comment, but I think that's a good catch. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so let's open it up to the public. Nobody's coming up. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Councilmember Gameros.
I'd like to make a motion to approve staff's proposed agreement with Cecilia Gallardo Daly to serve as the city manager.
I'll second, and you're including that revision that we made to.
I am.
To
include the revision.
2D.
To include the stated revision, yes.
Second on that. You wish to be heard?
No.
Okay. Well, I do. I hope you all vote for it. I'm really hoping that it's a unanimous vote. I'm very grateful for everything that Ms. Gallardo Daly has done to step up for the city of Costa Mesa. And also, I think she has a bright future in leading the city. And this vote that we're going to take in a minute is going to, I think, really propel the city forward under her leadership. I'm grateful for her. And so that's what I have to say. Do any other council members wish to be heard? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I appreciate the change there, and that's really important to me because I think what happened earlier in the year, there maybe seemed to be some disputes about the specific performance goals. There was definitely discussion about, or I think we've all acknowledged that we have not done performance evaluations on a regular schedule. So I think the language here is important. I think the inclusion of all council members in the performance goal setting is really important, and really important for our new city manager. It's sort of our service to her to make sure that we're all communicating and on the same page about those expectations, getting that direction down in a timely way and committing to regular and timely productive feedback. So I think we'd all acknowledge that we've not been great at that in the past. I'm glad it's in the contract here, but I'm articulating it because I want to make sure that we are all committing to that regular process for productive years going forward and to best position our new city manager with that important direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then if there's no other comments, let's call for the question. Oh, do we? I guess we still got to do voice. Oh, we got it going?
Motion carries 6-0.
All right, wonderful. That's great. Thank you. Thank you for your votes, council, and congratulations to Ms. Gallardo Daly, and the future's bright. So anyway, we don't have any other items, so I think we don't have any choice, but I know we want to stay for a little while longer, but we have to adjourn. But let's remember, in adjourning at the request of Iggy Israel, let's adjourn in memory and in honor and memory of Kanvarjit Sorat Singh, who is a businessman who died within the last month. And so thank you for bringing that up, and let's all remember him and his family in our prayers.